impact markets and the financial services firms that are among the biggest in the world.
Now, Lockbit, a criminal gang with ties to Russia, is thought to be behind that hack. Another executive shakeup at Walgreens. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti has that story.
The chain's chief medical officer is leaving under new CEO Tim Wentworth, according to a memo viewed by Bloomberg News. The chief of staff to the CEO is also stepping down. Walgreens is cutting about 5% of its corporate workforce. That was in a different memo, but it's all part of a $1 billion cost savings plan.
Now, shares right now are down just a fraction. And Novo Nordisk plans to invest more than $6 billion to expand its manufacturing facilities as the obesity drug race heats up. Work will begin this year on a new 170,000 square meter factory at the company's existing facilities in Denmark. That will make products for its series of chronic diseases portfolio, which, yes, includes Wegovy and Ozempic. Novo Nordisk shares right now, they're up just a fraction. Those are the company stories we're talking about this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Yeah, I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with that Bloomberg Business Flash. Consumers' long-term inflation expectations increased in early November to the highest since 2011. This is the reading from the University of Michigan. It shows consumers expect prices will climb at an annual rate of 3.2% over the next 5 to 10 years. The reason this matters, these can be self-fulfilling outlooks, these numbers, which is why they matter. 2-year yields, which tend to be more policy reactive, they're back above morning. And then Bitcoin hovering around 37,000. That's the highest price there in 18 months. In the S&P 500 right now, technology shares, they're leading. Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Meta Platforms, they are all higher right now. Among the laggards, you have shares of Walt Disney and Tesla right now. Overall, S&P 500, 16 points higher. That's up 0.4%. 43.63 of the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 89 points. That's up 0.25%. And the NASDAQ 100 up, we'll call it 100 points. That is up 0.7%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
I haven't.
Molly and Matt.
I haven't yet wished you Happy Veterans Day. We haven't talked about that yet. But it is, well, I guess it's not tomorrow's Veterans Day, right? And many companies observe it today.
Correct.
The 11th day.
The 11th hour.
The
Yes.
armistice.
Yes, it was called Armistice Day for many years, and then I believe in 1954 it was changed to honor all veterans. But it's also today the birthday of the United States Marine Corps.
Wow, and it was just your birthday last week?
True.
Are you as old as the Marines, Matt?
No,
Okay.
I'm getting there, though.
All right.
They are 248, and I am 50.
Creeping up there. Okay.
Yeah.
Why are they called leathernecks? Do you know the answer to that one?
Did they wear some sort of leather armor on? You know what? Save it. I'm going to ask my next guest. Maybe Mick Mulroy knows. He's the co-founder of the Lobo Institute. We love to get his insight on what's going on in geopolitics, especially in the Middle East, because he's senior fellow at the Middle East Institute. But he is a Marine. You don't say former Marine, do you, Mick? Isn't it once a Marine, always a Marine?
That's right. The Commandant actually passed a rule that once a Marine is always a Marine. So we're just Marines.
All right. Well, we thank you for your service and congratulate you and your brothers and sisters on this, the 248th birthday of the United States Marines.
Absolutely.
I want to ask you about, first off, the situation in the Middle East and how it's developing now. Because, on October 7th, I think nearly everyone was shocked and horrified by the attacks of Hamas on the Israeli people. And it seems that many people since then, or the voices that support the Palestinian cause and even support Hamas have grown louder and louder. What do you think the national feeling is now about this Israeli-Palestinian war?
So I just simply don't understand the people who support Hamas. That would be the equivalent, at least the way I see it, is supporting ISIS, essentially depraved terrorist organization. Now, being concerned about the Palestinian people, I think, is not only understandable, I think it should be the case. So I think there is the balance, because war is ugly, but it has to be fought within certain bounds, and we've set that internationally. And I do think, everybody's jumping to the conclusion that the Israelis perhaps went too far. I think that's to be determined, but certainly the level of civilian casualties is unacceptable. As Secretary Blinken said, I would share that. But now we're seeing a lot of things done to move civilians to the south to get out of the area of the most significant fighting, which is important. I think there should be set up a safe zone where people can receive food and water, and it's monitored so that the Hamas fighters can't hide amongst those folks. But we're going to see an increasingly violent fight in Gaza City. It's already started, but it's far from over. And that objective of the Israeli Defense Forces is to destroy Hamas. And that can only be done up close and personal.
I do want to come back to Secretary Blinken in a moment. But first, Mick, would love if you could tell us a bit more the perspective that you're coming at this from. I see that you were you worked at the Department of Defense, so you were the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Defense for the Middle East in the federal government, and now you're a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute. Can you just tell us what that means and what your role is right now?
So I started, for the most part, as a practitioner of irregular warfare in general, as a Marine, and then as what's called a paramilitary officer in the CIA, which is our version of the special operations in the agency. So I spent most of my time in conflict zones, as did most of the times in urban environments. And it is by far the worst. It's very disoriented, it's very violent, and you just never know what's coming at you. So that's what I brought into being a policy person for Secretary Mattis and then Secretary Esper, was mostly a practitioner's point of view. But then I got obviously schooled up pretty quick on policy. So I view it from both lenses when I look and analyze these type of conflicts.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I think I was definitely wanted to know a bit more about your background here. Very impressive. So you were also a former coach at USA Boxing in the Marines for a few years. So very impressive pedigree. And I wanted to echo Matt in thanking you for your service as well.
A few years in the Marines from 1988 to 2014.
Yeah, that's solid. More than a few. Yeah. So you certainly have a lot more to bring to the table than we do in this perspective. So yeah, I did want to come back, to Secretary Blinken's visit then, and what you made of his time in the Middle East and how his reaction was, and where basically the U.S.'s role is in this conflict right now.
So I think one of the roles that the U.S. is attempting to play is to talk about the day after. This is going to happen. I believe Hamas will be destroyed as they should be. But what's going to come next? A long-term occupation of the IDF of Gaza would be unacceptable to many, and I don't think it would be in their interest. So what's going to fill the gap? I think Secretary Blinken's been talking to all our partners in the region saying, rhetorically, having opinions on this is fine, but what are we actually going to do? So is there going to be an international peacekeeping force? What's going to be the political way ahead for the people in Gaza, the Palestinians? What are we going to do to make sure that this never happens again? Both for the sake of Israel, of course, and for the sake of the Palestinian people. And I think everything that I've seen Secretary Blinken saying is indicating that that is really where he wants to focus this. How to reduce this human tragedy that's happening in Gaza and eliminate Hamas, and also look at what's going to come next to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Now, Mick, a lot of people would say Israel has occupied Gaza for quite a long time and continue to do so through October 7th. They certainly have occupied the West Bank in a large part and haven't honored any of the attempts at a two-state solution, not under Netanyahu, right? So is there any hope that they're going to do that now? Because everyone else in the world backs a two-state solution, even the countries like the U.S. that back Israel and send Israel billions of dollars every year, and yet the Israelis refuse to allow the Palestinians to have their own state.
And the only way I could see this ever working, where we don't have this happen again and again, is a two-state solution. They have essentially, to your point, they have direct access into the West Bank and therefore occupy it. They control in and out access in Gaza. They would say they didn't occupy it, which is one of the reasons why they didn't know what was going on.
They have settlements, they have checkpoints.
They do. They absolutely do. Yes, I'm not disagreeing with you, but they would say that they want to have troops on the ground now because they don't want Hamas to get reconstituted. I think that would be a bad idea. That's why I think Secretary Blinken, State Department, the White House is rightfully talking about, well, what's the alternative? Is there a caretaker type group, an international peacekeeping force that could stay there until the Palestinian people select a government that sets up its security, it sets up its basic life support, and then of course there should be large investments from a lot of the wealthy countries in the region and out of the region that help rebuild Gaza and turn it into a place that has a future, including an economic one. And I think that's what the U.S. is pushing now, and I think they should be, because this situation I don't see changing unless there is a two-state solution in which the international community is heavily involved in setting up.
Are we losing sight of what's going on in Ukraine through all this? Because if the Russians win there, they're pushing up into NATO borders.
They absolutely are, and the fight's still raging on in Ukraine, even though it's not first thing on the news. It's still happening, and they are making incremental gains. And it's really clear now that a lot of the weapon systems that we provided them recently, especially the ATACMS, the long-range artillery system, is having a major effect on the Russians' ability to resupply both its frontline troops, and they can reach anywhere in Ukraine now with those systems. So there's no place off limits, including the Crimean Peninsula. So that is super important. It's also really important that we get more funding to them to purchase and buy ammunition, because as this gets into the winter, it's going to be somewhat of a war of attrition, particularly on the logistical side. And the U.S. needs to help them keep up with a much larger, much broader enemy in Russia.
All right, Mick, thanks so much for joining us. Always love talking to you, and really appreciate your service. I think especially at times like this, we should all be thankful that Marines like yourself and soldiers that defend the freedom of America are doing what they do so that we can sleep safely. Mick Mulroy there is co-founder of the Lobo Institute and a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute. Let's get over right now to Michael Barr. He's got your world national news. Michael?
Thank you very much, Matt and Molly. President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping will hold a long-anticipated meeting Wednesday in the San Francisco Bay Area That's according to two senior Biden administration officials. Biden and Xi will have no shortage of difficult issues to address in their first talks in nearly a year, including Taiwan's upcoming election and differences over U.S. export controls on advanced technology. They'll meet on the sidelines of the APEC summit. A political bombshell from Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. The conservative Democrat has announced that he will not run for re-election in the deep red state.
Every incentive in Washington is designed to make our politics extreme. The growing divide between Democrats and Republicans is paralyzing Congress and worsening our nation's problems. The majority of Americans are just plain worn out.
Manchin's move has huge implications for Democrats' ability to hold on to the Senate, possibly the White House. Manchin is leaving the door open for a third-party presidential run. A Texas judge has ruled against a GOP lawsuit seeking to overturn the 2022 election results in Houston, a Democratic stronghold. It comes as the FBI is investigating potentially deadly attacks on election offices in 5 states involving some letters laced with fentanyl. The letters were sent to Nevada, California, Oregon, Washington State, and Georgia. Fulton County, Georgia Board of Commissioners Chairman Rob Pitts.
There are some crazy people out there who will go to any extreme to disrupt, interrupt fair, open, transparent elections in our country, and specifically here in Fulton County.
Fulton County is where former President Trump has been indicted along with 18 others in connection with an alleged racketeering case. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you wanted with Bloomberg News Now. I am Michael Barr and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Stocks are higher this Friday morning, but they're off session lows, we'll say. This comes after the two-year yield headed back above 5%. You have the latest data showing consumer inflation expectations rose. In the S&P 500, 8 of the 11 major industry groups were higher. Information technology, that's in the lead right now. Earlier today, we spoke to economist Ian Shepherdson at Pantheon Macroeconomics. You know, he says the inflation fight is won. And Fed Chair Jerome Powell, he was just being cautious when he delivered that hawkish message that you heard yesterday.
So we're guessing, and therefore to some extent what Mr. Powell is trying to do is buy himself time for the data to confirm or indeed to contradict some of their prior positions. So it's about buying the space for the data to come in.
Right now, the S&P 500 up 6 points. That's up 0.2%. 43.54 in the index. The Dow's up 28 points. NASDAQ 100 up 74 points. That's up 0.5%. Here's one for you. Honda Motor are going to hike the pay of U.S. employees by 11%. Some employees following the UAW contract victories at the unionized Detroit competitors. This according to a company memo that was seen by Bloomberg. By the by, Paul Volcker, the former Fed chair, he used to carry in his breast pocket a printout of all the latest union contract agreements as a judge of wage inflation. Now, you could argue unions are a little less potent than they were back in Tall Paul's day, but, you know, it's out there.
They've
Not
had
just
quite
a
the
little
summer.
less.
I don't know.
They've done well, but they're nothing compared to what they were in the 70s and 80s, right? And Volcker came on, I think he came on at the end of the 70s and lasted a nice long while, defeated inflation, had bricks thrown through his window.
From Teaneck, New Jersey.
And then Fed chairs got shorter and shorter and shorter, you know, until Powell.
Until now, and they're now dropping the F-bomb.
Well,
allegedly.
No, it wasn't allegedly. I heard it.
Yeah, no. Molly argues that since they turned the cameras off, you're not sure if the voice that definitely was Jerome Powell's was definitely Jerome Powell's.
I'm just saying there were a lot of voices, there were a lot of commotion. I'll believe it when I see it. You gotta have a little doubt. I don't know.
John Tucker, thank you very much for that. Matt Miller here with Molly Smith in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. I want to bring in Margie Patel. She is a senior portfolio manager at Allspring Global Investments, and we love to talk to her because she has a great view of the stock market and also of the bond market, right? She was twice nominated Morningstar's Fixed Income Manager of the Year.
Yeah, that's right. And Margie, it's nice to talk to you again. We used to talk when I covered the credit markets. I think you were back at Wells Fargo at the time, so good to see you.
Well, let's get your take on what happened yesterday, Margie, and what we've seen in yields and how it's affecting stocks. I mean, after the auction, it didn't go wrong, but it didn't go great, right? Of yesterday of the 30 years, we saw the yields spike up and then the stock market sell off. I think Powell kind of confirmed what the market was thinking, that maybe they're not quite done yet. How do you see it?
Well, I think the Fed is saying a lot of different things because in their whole tightening program of the last year and a half, nothing has really played out the way they thought, according to their playbook, as far as raising rates. We haven't seen the economy slow down. We actually had a very nice quarter just reported. Probably the thinking was we would have a recession, lower stock prices, and that really hasn't worked out. So I think the Fed is a little bit flummoxed because what they thought would happen just hasn't happened. And I think it shows you that the economy really isn't that sensitive to what the Fed has done with interest rates.
Well, I think that was also a big point of what Powell was saying yesterday, that he had mentioned, there are so many people right now in the U.S. that are just so more or less interest rate agnostic, especially if you're a homeowner who's already locked in a mortgage rate under 4% or so. So that was definitely part of what he mentioned. And I think otherwise, my take on what he said yesterday, I'd love to hear your perspective on this. It seemed like he just kind of like flipped the script a little bit on what he had said at last week's meeting. That last week's meeting was more, we're probably done, but we could hike again. And yesterday was more, we could hike again, but we're probably done.
Well, I think he's just trying to cover a broad scope of what they might do. And really the market isn't giving them the guidance that they wanted. So I think that's why they sort of sound as if they're all over the map about, well, maybe we'll do more, maybe we're done, maybe we're not. And that really reflects the fact that their playbook hasn't worked out. The economy is too strong and inflation has come down, maybe more than they expected. The economy's been stronger than they expected. And so we haven't really seen much happen, and we haven't had interest rates really break out. Yesterday rates were up, today they're down, and you can see the market is just not taking, you might say, all that talk seriously. So we still have a very good stock market, and I think that's what we're going to see for the rest of the year.
So what about the Fed and its fight against inflation? You know, I've heard an interesting thesis in the last couple of days that we were dealing with inflation that had a 2% ceiling, and now we're looking at an inflation environment with a 2% floor. Of course, we're not near that floor yet. If you take, if you're looking at any of the data that the Fed looks at, how do you view the fight against inflation?
Well, honestly, looking at the inflation data you've seen, which basically we had some short-term things from COVID, supply glitches, but really, I can't see much connection between what the Fed has done and what's happened to inflation. Inflation went up as they began to tighten. It's come down. And if you look at the factors that have caused inflation to come down, I can't see very much of a connection with the Fed's activities. So I think it's the economy is going on. The Fed is doing their thing of raising rates, and it's almost as if it's a random effect on the economy, maybe a slight negative because there's a little uncertainty.
Well, but that sounds like bad news ready to happen, because the Fed has raised rates 550 basis points, and I guess those long and variable lags are starting to hit home. Right as inflation is coming down, I guess, fortunately, but aren't we going to see a slowdown in the economy?
Well, we really haven't seen it yet. And we've had an economy that looks okay, and it looks like the fourth quarter is going to be modestly positive again. And so I think if you had asked the Fed where do you think the economy would be, I think they were looking for unemployment to have jumped up by several million people, not to be where it is, a little under 4%. So that was their whole key in bringing down inflation. So we've had very low unemployment rates, yet we've had inflation come down. So I just conclude other factors in the world have pulled inflation down. The basic strength of the U.S. economy isn't that sensitive to interest rates because business and consumers have taken out long-term fixed rate loans, and so they aren't sensitive. And so the Fed is really just almost a bystander to what's happening in the real economy.
Couldn't you say that?
Fighting the inflation, I don't see what they've done to fight it. I think they just have sort of hoped if they raised short rates, inflation would come down. It's come down not because of short rates, but all these other factors that have come in the marketplace.
Well, couldn't you say then, Margie, it sounds like some of the things that you've just mentioned right here between like the consumers still staying pretty strong, like inflation is coming down, granted not as fast as we might hope, economy is still doing okay. Couldn't you say that that's maybe the making of a soft landing? Is that how you're positioning this right now?
Well, I think it looks like the economy, I don't see anything way out of kilter that would precipitate a recession. People have been looking for a recession for a long time. It hasn't come. I do think, though, that we've had a huge lift of the economy that's come from federal spending. We had the COVID money, which is still out there being dispersed, being dispensed right now. We've had a big increase in state and local government spending. And so I think that's added a little floor to what we may have seen growth come down. So as we get into 24, we may see the economy decelerate a little bit because some of these money flows, particularly the leftover COVID money that's been really a big boost for consumers, may stop, and that may cause the economy to slow down a little. But I just don't see a recession in the cards even for 24.
Margie, great to get your take. Thanks so much for joining us. Margie Patel there. She's a senior portfolio manager at Allspring Global Investments, and she does not see a recession on the horizon, even if the economy will slow down in 2024. That's from me, Matt Miller, and Molly Smith here in the Interactive Broker Studio. This is Bloomberg. Let's get over to Lisa Mateo right now. She's got your Bloomberg Company news. Lisa?
Thanks, Matt. Shares of Wynn Resorts, well, they're lower. They're down about 7%. And this after the casino chain reported that it's doing well in Las Vegas, but its performance in Macau disappointed. We have more from Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle.
Analysts do seem to agree that the commentary, the look forward on Macau is what's disappointing. We've been hearing a lot about luxury spending and the consumer in China slowing down to some degree. This could be certainly a piece of it. Macau does 19% of their revenues, but even so, something else to keep in mind here, the stock on the year up about 9%, and yet there's a 7% short interest, so those bears creeping in.
Now, Wynn Resorts is also in the news for reaching a tentative contract with the Culinary Workers Union. That new 5-year deal, it means that 5,000 employees won't walk off the job. Caesars and MGM, they struck agreements earlier this week. And it looks like Amazon's advertising hiring freeze is over. Business Insider says the e-commerce giant is scouting for advertising talent. It's searching for sales and account managers, as well as engineers. And this comes as Amazon's ad business is expanding beyond search ads. The company made $12 billion from advertising during the third quarter. That's up 26% year over year. Amazon shares right now, they're up just a fraction. And Microsoft is expanding the team responsible for ensuring the company's artificial intelligence products are safe. At a recent event, an executive for the company's Office of Responsible AI, it said his team is growing. Now, an exact number of jobs would be added was not announced. The move does come amid growing pressure from lawmakers to prioritize that technology's safety. Microsoft shares up about 1%. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. We'll have more Bloomberg Markets in just a bit. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Matt Miller in the studio with Molly Smith. We are covering this bounce back in the markets for you right now. I want to get over, though, first to Michael Barr. He's got your news. Michael?
Thank you very much, Matt and Molly. Palestine Authority Radio reports Israel forces struck outpatient clinics of Al-Shifa Medical Complex in Gaza City. The Israeli military has said that Hamas's main military headquarters is located underground near Al-Shifa and has told the hospital to evacuate patients. Juliet Tuma, spokeswoman for the UN Aid Agency for Gaza, says for the people of Gaza, there is no escaping the war.
That no place is safe in Gaza, not the south, which, there's news and report about the south being safe. So let me confirm that no, the south is not safe, the middle areas, and definitely not the northern areas.
Juliet Tuma, spokeswoman for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine. The White House says President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping will discuss a range of regional and global issues when they meet next Wednesday. Biden and Xi will meet in San Francisco for the APEC summit. A surprise announcement from West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin. Bloomberg's Nancy Lyons with the story.
The 76-year-old Democrat says he will not be running for re-election in 2024. He made the announcement in a social media post in which he outlined his future plans.
What I will be doing is traveling the country and speaking out to see if there is an interest in creating a movement to mobilize the middle.
Manchin is an original honorary co-chair of No Labels, which is a group that started as a centrist policy group, but which is now laying the groundwork for a possible independent presidential campaign. Manchin's departure from the Senate is seen as a blow to Democrats' prospects for keeping the Senate majority. In Washington, Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Tourists heading to Las Vegas are breathing a sigh of relief. 3 casino companies have reached labor deals with the city's most powerful hospitality workers union, ending the threat of a strike. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Matt, Molly?
Michael Barr, thanks very much for that. Now, Molly, you are not only Bloomberg's economics reporter, but also our tennis correspondent.
Always here for it.
And there's a story in The Athletic about Aryna Sabalenka and other players on the WTA Tour who are angry about the conditions in which they are forced to play and the pay that they earn.
Yeah, it's not too unlike a lot of other women's issues in the workplace that they want equal prize money, they want better working conditions, they want expanded maternity leave, where actually this year has been really amazing to see a lot of moms come back to the tour after giving birth. So that's been very exciting. They're looking to get some more representation on players' council. So a lot of things that are not too unlike what you see in other jobs outside of the athletic arena.
I appreciate paternity leave. I'm about to take 6 months myself. But
So
I
I've
thought
heard.
in tennis you just kind of play, and if you win, you get paid. There's no salary, right, to be on the tour?
No, that's right. It's and that's why it is really tough to make it. There are a lot of players who will tell you that if you're not ranked inside really the top 50 on either side, it is a struggle to break even, let alone to make money with all of the travel, the coaching expenses, the sometimes entry fees into tournaments if you're not awarded that already. So it is a tough business, especially if you don't have a great endorsement already, some sponsorships. So you obviously see, the Novak Djokovic's of the world, that they're obviously financially very comfortable, but that's not everyone else's reality.
Right. So, but I mean, if you're not the best player in the world, I guess the only way to get what you want out of the tour is to say, we're not going to play anymore unless we get paid. Because the tour, like anything else, is a business.
Yeah.
They have to generate revenue from fans, and if they only have 50 players, it's going to be more difficult.
Right, and that's also why a lot of the women's players will tell you that they want to see the tours merge, the men's and women's, that hopefully that might make equal prize money more of a reality. So could be big if that would happen. So there might be some discussions happening on that front right now. A little too soon to say.
All right, Molly Smith is our tennis correspondent. We send her to the U.S. Open. She gets the best seats. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Matt Miller here with Molly Smith. Paul Sweeney is on assignment. We've got a lot coming up for you, including Ethan Devitt, Chief Investment Officer over at Moneta Group. We'll talk to her about what's going on in these markets. And then I'm going to talk to Thomas Ingenlath. He's the CEO of Polestar, which will be an interesting conversation because I'm test driving right now the Polestar 2. That is an electric car that is made in China.
Oh, I could see Matt's face lighting up right now talking about cars. You all should be here for this.
I do love to talk about cars, but I'm not so sure about this company. It's got a tough road to hoe, right? Because they're so small. They've got to start producing here and in Korea in order to avoid the 27.5% tariffs that the U.S. puts on Chinese imports. So we're going to get to all of that right now. I want to get over to Michael Barr. John Tucker. He's got your Bloomberg Business Flash. JT?
I'm sorry to confuse
you. I can't see you back there.
No, I had to go behind the pole, and the problem being behind the pole, you can't see the Bloomberg screen. So let's wing it. Stocks are higher as we close out the week. The two-year yield is back above 5%, and that's putting a cap on any further stock gains. Consumers' long-term inflation expectations increasing to the highest since 2011. That's the report we got. The economic data at 10 o'clock Eastern with the release of the University of Michigan Sentiment Survey. Right now, you have 7 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 higher. Information technology in the lead. And Joe Quinlan at Bank of America Private Bank, he's right now advising investors to start deploying their cash.
Well, the sector specifics, really energy, healthcare. We still like technology. On any pullback, you have to own technology. It should be a core holding. We're long defense, cybersecurity, just the geopolitics, the reality of the world. So whether it's a mix of growth and value, but large cap leaders in these various sectors.
Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average 90 points higher. That's up 0.3%. The S&P 500 17 points higher. That's up 0.4. And the Nasdaq 100 127 points higher. That is up just about 0.8% right now. A bunch of earnings reports. Let's start with Groupon. Those shares have disappointing earnings results right now, 37% lower. And then you have Wynn Resorts. Those shares down just about 7%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Matt.
All right, John. Great to have you there.
Over yonder.
Somewhere over there. Maybe we should just move the barrier, because then I would be able to. Anyway, we have Nora Melinda. I can see her in the studio right now. She covers stocks for Bloomberg News. And we're seeing a little bit of a rebound in terms of stocks right now, just about 0.4% on the S&P 500. What are some of the movers you're watching?
So we'll kick it off with Illumina. That's ticker ILMN. It's down as much as 17% today. It's sinking for a 2013 low and its most since March of 2022. It's a life sciences and diagnostics company that slashed its full-year revenue guidance and also reported a third quarter product revenue that missed consensus estimates. The company primarily focuses on DNA sequencing. An analyst from Piper Sandler did say that demand for Novasec, which is the company's whole genome sequencer, was the one bright spot.
Oh, that's their whole genome sequencer.
Apparently. Yeah. And what was otherwise a rocky year for the company, they do still believe that 2024 could be a strong year for Illumina as lab capacity expands. But quick hop over to some
booze.
Some alcohol companies. We've got Jack Daniel's maker Brown-Forman and Constellation Brands both falling. They're slipping a little bit after UK distiller Diageo. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Diageo.
Thank you. See, I thought it would be that. I should have gone with my gut.
Yeah.
It projected lower growth and profit in the second half of its fiscal year compared to last year. It seems like there's some materially weaker performance in Latin America and the Caribbean region in regards to consumers feeling like they want to cut back on consumption and trading down to some cheaper brands. So it seems that people aren't spending as much on luxury alcohol. They're spending money on cheap alcohol.
You know, there's so many alternatives now that weed is legal in most states for recreational use. I think a lot more people are smoking pot,
resorting to other options.
Rather than, and we were talking about kratom earlier. Apparently,
right.
There's a plant-based beverage called kratom. Have you heard of this?
Never.
I have not heard of it either, but I guess it's like a fad that's picking up. It's made with a plant grown in Indonesia, and it's apparently got potentially an opioid-like addictive property that I think is one to be avoided.
Yeah, we've got a whole feature about this on the Bloomberg Today headline, if you guys are looking up at this. Opioid-like drink masquerades as a wholesome alcohol alternative. So save that one for your weekend reading.
Makes me want to try it.
A little bit. You know, but
I'm
Nora,
intrigued.
I have a question for you, though.
Please.
We have all of these stocks that you're telling us that are having a terrible day.
Right.
But the S&P is up.
Yes.
You know, what is going on? Who's doing well today?
I mean,
somebody must be.
That is a great question. Most of what I have today are decliners.
I noticed
and it's
that.
So interesting that
A real Debbie Downer on a Friday.
I know.
I'll tell you though,
I need to pick it up.
And Nora's wearing a red shirt.
If you're wondering who's driving the S&P, it's the same old. It's the usual suspects. Any company that's worth like $1 trillion or more is doing well. So Microsoft is up 1.6%. Apple's up 1.33%. Nvidia's up 2.2%. Meta is up 1.6%.
Same suspects.
Yeah,
boring.
And they, you know, if those companies are up 1 or 2%, you're going to have a good day because they're worth so much.
Driving the market.
That's right. Even when you see consumer sentiment down and that big inflation expectation reading, you know, when I see sometimes a headline that stocks are up because they're looking past this terrible news, it's like, so do we know why stocks are up?
How much do you think those stocks, which, you know, old guys like me think of them as growth stocks. So if I get worried about the Fed raising rates again, it makes me think these big tech stocks are going to have trouble because they're what we used to call long duration stocks, but they're not. You know, they're actually like safe haven plays. People get freaked out and put money in Apple because they have such incredible cash flow. And so it's interesting to see that change. I mean, we've watched it for a couple of years now.
Definitely. And this is all coming off of last week where we had the best week of the year. And of course, we've been seeing a lot of gains this week with the small dip yesterday, but things are pretty positive despite what a lot of this economic data is telling us.
Right. And, you know, to your point about Apple there, Matt, I mean, there are plenty of Apple bonds that yield basically what a U.S. Treasury does. I mean, essentially zero credit risk. So might as well. I mean, yeah, if you're really big on Apple.
Yeah, no, I totally get that.
Yeah.
By the way, Paul Sweeney, so I told you he went down for a basketball game and a football game.
On assignment?
He's on assignment with the Blue Devils.
Yes.
But he happens to also be a board member at Duke's Business School, and so is
There's
Tim
the
Cook.
assignment.
Oh, my
So
goodness.
his assignment this weekend is to ask Tim Cook why they don't pay a bigger dividend. Because they only pay a tiny little dividend, and yet they're rolling in cash with which they have, you know, no plan. They don't know what to do with all that money.
Berkshire as well, but they don't even pay any dividend.
Right.
And they have over, what was it, $150 billion in cash in the last
their
quarter?
job is to buy businesses, right? Berkshire is hunting for elephants all the time.
They got nothing to buy right now.
Tim Cook and Apple, I mean, their biggest purchase has been like Beats. You know, which someone said yesterday it was worth like $600 or $700 million, so they were just like, "Here's $3 billion."
Sure,
you know?
why not? And was it Disney that was planning to resume some of its dividend payments by end of year?
Yes.
Interesting dynamic here.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. All right, Nora, thanks so much for joining us. Nora Melinda there talking to us about stocks. We are, since it's Friday, going to shift our focus in terms of asset classes to munis. Focus on Munis is brought to you by Build America Mutual. Build America Mutual insures U.S. municipal bonds that finance essential American... Dude, you got to sit over there, Mike. Okay. Build America Mutual insures U.S. municipal bonds that finance essential American infrastructure and provides guaranteed income to improve any portfolio. Be part of Build America Mutual. Invest in BAM, insured bonds. I love the
Wow.
slogan. And, Paul and I sometimes go down to Build America Mutual.
Do you really?
We do. We broadcast.
On assignment.
On assignment. No,
Gotta say.
we broadcast from down there, and it's a lot of fun. Last time we were there, we talked to Chris Brigatti from Valley National Bank, and he is now here with us in the studio. Chris, thanks so much for joining us. You are Managing Director, Senior VP of Muni Investments at Valley National Bank. What's your day-to-day? Tell us about what you do in the muni space.
Day-to-day, it's always looking at what the general market is doing, taking a big rate picture overall, and then kind of distilling that down and how is that going to affect the municipal market, understanding credits, what do cash flows look like within individual credits, but more of a macro look at what are flows like, what is going on in the big picture, are flows going into or out of mutual funds, ETFs, SMAs, kind of just trying to get a general sense of that because liquidity is what really drives the municipal market.
And, I wanted to ask you, Chris, I covered munis maybe about 8 or so years ago here at Bloomberg. And at the time, there were these really big stories in the muni market. You had Chicago, and by virtue of that, Illinois, Puerto Rico, New Jersey was its own situation. I mean, what are the big names right now in the muni world?
It's less about some sort of a hype because a rising tide lifts all ships sort of mentality with what happened with the stimulus money affecting the overall health of the economic system and health of the individual credits. Everybody has a little more cash. Chicago remains on the board, Illinois, New York, and the MTA, state of New Jersey, et cetera. But in general, the pension fund issue has really been kind of put to the wayside.
In terms of the rates volatility that we've seen in treasuries, how has that come through into munis? I mean, does it really shake things up, or are municipalities, they're going to issue when they're going to issue?
To some degree, they're going to issue when they issue, but it really does shake things up because in the overall aggregate, the municipal market follows and takes the lead of the treasury market. So when treasuries back up like they have due to what's gone on with the Fed lately in the past 2-year period, the municipal market follows suit and really kind of takes the lead and follows in that. When things get illiquid in municipals, that's when things really get shaken up, and that's when the concern happens. And that illiquidity can come from something like everyone running for the exit at the same time with what happened with COVID stimulus situation. Generally speaking, though, municipals follow treasuries, and that's where we take our lead.
No problem with municipals when the ICBC gets hacked, right?
Right, no problem.
Yesterday I saw a headline, ICBC hacked has had an effect on the treasury auction, and I was like, how on earth does it have any effect on the treasury auction?
Scary headline. I don't know. I was a little nervous when I saw that one.
It freaked me out.
Yeah, I was freaked out.
I think at the end of the day, it didn't really. It was just a bummer of a treasury auction.
I mean, there's definitely, I think, maybe raises some more questions about cybersecurity and how, the threats are potentially to that whole system. But, I mean, at least it sounds like the muni market was fairly insulated from that whole incident.
You know, Molly, that Paul is a huge... So Paul is like... the rich uncle on the Duck Show, right? He just dives into his pool of muni bonds, but his bad day is when he gets a call. His bonds get called, right? And so then he has to go back in the market and buy more. And that's why I feel like there might not be as much volatility in munis, because municipalities are going to issue, Paul's going to buy. It doesn't get turned on its head as much as other markets.
It definitely doesn't, but when it does, it gets really kind of dislocated, and that's when the real opportunity can come about for investors. We're kind of in a period now where it's very attractive. You can kind of lock in a 4% on a 20-year AA credit in municipal land, which equates to north of a 6% after-tax equivalent. Or if you go into single A credit space, you kind of can lock in around a 5% yield, which is nearly 9% if you factor in-state taxes. And so that's really attractive.
And of course, the tax-free advantage that we all love and so much.
That's the reason for them existing.
Yeah. So tell us then, I mean, we've got here that, supply is down about 10% year over year right now. So where are you going if the new issue market is not quite up to speed?
It comes in fits and starts, too. So September was actually a very robust issuance month, and so that caused municipals to kind of underperform in general, and that kind of bled into October as well. Despite that, what I expect to see happen is see some opportunity in the secondary market as we head into the holiday period with tax swapping opportunities, which may be a good play for a lot of people to lock in some of those losses, which can be offset by gains. Probably in equities, everyone should have that. But in general, looking at the opportunity, it's probably going to be in the secondary market and getting into a little quirkier kind of structure, something with a 7-year kind of call versus what typically happens in the new issue market with the 10-year call.
You're looking at you favor quality revenue bonds. You are looking at, I guess, municipalities with observable income streams and cash flows. What examples can you give us? I don't know how specific you're allowed to be, but what do you see out there?
I got to be a little careful, but generally things where you can track what do the cash flows and what do the income streams look like. Some sort of a toll authority, where obviously that's very understandable, relatable, equatable. Water and sewer bonds, electric utility revs, things like that where you can literally see it on a month-to-month, if not quarter-to-quarter basis, and really understand those flows. The geo space, there's a lot of really quality geos out there, so there's plenty of space to look for there, but it represents a much smaller portion of the overall market versus revs, so that kind of diminishes your opportunity in that space.
Do regions matter? I mean, do you say like, wow, the Southwest has a lot to offer right now, or I love the tri-state area?
It's cyclical. You know, when things happen with regard to hurricanes down in Florida, well, the Florida market really feels an effect on that, and you got to be very careful in that space. So sometimes those regions matter, but generally speaking, not really. It's really about how strong is the individual credit.
So the migration from, all of my buddies who used to live up here on Park Avenue now live down in Palm Beach. Yep. Does that make a difference?
Not really. Not really. It's okay. It kind of helps the overall health of the economy down there, but it doesn't really add that much impetus to anything that's going on.
Anything you're avoiding right now?
I'm being very careful of the types of credits that are colleges and universities that aren't the bigger, well-known names. You know, you get down to those second and third tier type of credits. You're
the ones struggling with tuition and enrollment numbers right now.
Yeah, they're having a hard time. Therefore, they're not making the revenues, and therefore their credit quality is diminishing. And you could see some downgrades in that space. So I'm very, very cautious in that space. You always have to be cautious of healthcare, nursing homes, things like that. Those generally are where the defaults happen in the municipal space. So you have to be very, very aware of the individual credits if you're going to play in that area.
Listen to this. Tucker just sent me a story. Total state tax revenue sank in September for the 14th straight month on an inflation-adjusted basis, falling by 5.6% from a year earlier. This according to the Urban Institute. So tax collections aren't as strong, and we're spending an extra $2 trillion more than we have every year. What's that mean for your market?
That's a challenge. I mean, that could cause some spread widening, which overall for investors, when they can get in on a spread widening basis, they can kind of participate in that. But it is a challenge for the market. I mean, lower revenues being received because people have less disposable income. Credit card delinquencies are at an all-time high. Credit card rates are very, very high. So people's disposable income is diminished, and therefore that decreases their buying power, which kind of bleeds through the overall economy, and incomes are down. So less money to be able to put towards paying your taxes because you simply aren't making as much money nowadays versus where you could have been a while ago.
Excellent.
Isn't that inflation right there in a nutshell?
I want to end on a little doom, Why go happy into this great weekend? All right, Chris, thanks so much for joining us. Chris Brigatti there, Managing Director, Senior VP of Muni Investments over at Valley National Bank. This is Bloomberg. Let's get over to Lisa Mateo. She's got your company news. Lisa?
Thanks, Matt. Polestar is betting on the U.S. and South Korea to avoid made-in-China tariffs. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti has details.
Electric car maker Polestar is banking on bigger profits and lower costs from two new EVs that won't face punitive U.S. import fees, unlike the Chinese EVs it currently sells. The company plans to build a Polestar 3 made near Charleston, South Carolina, and a South Korea-built Polestar 4 over the next 2 years.
Shares right now up about 1.5%. And keep it tuned in right here to Bloomberg when Matt Miller and Guy Johnson interview Polestar's CEO. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. And Tesla trying to rebound from its worst day in nearly a month after President Biden supported the United Auto Workers' push to unionize the EV makers' employees. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow points to a cautionary sales-side note.
The HSBC initiated the stock with a sell equivalent, saying, our caution stems from the uncertainty around the timing and commercialization of Tesla's varied ideas. I think there's just a lot going on with Tesla that might happen in the future or might not, but we're on a sustained downward trend since earnings, where Elon Musk did bring up the impact of higher rates.
Shares right now up just a fraction. And on the heels of the UAW's deal with Detroit's Big Three, Honda is giving its auto workers an 11% raise. Now, a memo from Human Resources executives, it states that it's for associates on pay progressions. It kicks in January 8th. Now, a spokesperson tells Bloomberg that the company has already added more than 10 new benefits, including child care reimbursement and also student loan repayment program. Shares of Honda right now about 1%. Those are the company stories we're following. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This Bloomberg Business Flash, we have risk assets bouncing higher, and in fact, it's technology in the lead with a rally in the NASDAQ 100. Right now, we have shares of Microsoft. They're up 1.75%. Apple shares up 1.3%. Nvidia shares, they're up 2%. They are the leaders right now in the indexes. 3 Las Vegas casino companies reaching labor deals with the city's most powerful hospitality workers union. And as you just said, Matt, the total state tax revenue sinking in September for the 14th straight month. That's on an inflation-adjusted basis. So that raises the prospect of some difficult budget decisions in the coming years. Right now, the major indexes, again, they are higher. The NASDAQ 100 in the lead, up 190 points. That is a rise right now of 1.25%. S&P 500, 29 points higher. That's up 0.7%. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 142 points, a rise of 0.4%. The 2-year yield is pretty much unchanged right now, 5.01%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. I'm glad to be back at the table.
We're so glad to have you.
Back.
Can see you.
It's nice.
Smile at you.
Behind the pole is pretty lonesome over there.
It is. I mean, just you got to move that barrier away next time you go.
No, but the pole. We need the pole because that holds up the building.
Oh,
the
it's
pole
structural.
itself. I just meant the little fake wall there. In any case, it's good to have you sitting back with us, John.
Right where you belong.
Really brightens up the room. All right, let's get over right now to Ethan Devitt. She is Chief Investment Officer at Moneta Group, and she joins us, I'm guessing, having just run the marathon. Did you just run in New York?
I did not run in New York. I wish I had. That was my first ever and probably one of my favorites. No, next week will be Philadelphia. So looking forward to that, the Sunday before Thanksgiving.
Okay, so Molly, and for listeners who don't know, Ethan has run like 58 marathons or something in her time. So
only about 58 more than I've run. Okay, good stuff.
Let's talk about the markets here and what we saw happen yesterday and really over the last few weeks. The bond market volatility has been amazing to watch. I mean, not boring at all, which is so weird for bond markets. And it's really had a clear effect on stocks yesterday, because when the auction went off, we had the S&P up. It was only marginally gaining, but still it was, I think, the 9th day in a row for gains. And then the auction had a big tail and stocks turned lower. Then Powell came out and he was obviously annoyed by protesters and also sounding a little bit more hawkish. So what do you make of the volatility that we've seen and how it affected the stock market?
It certainly is not what we're used to in fixed income, but it's something we're going to have to get used to. I suggest investors where they're quite seduced by the yields, because clearly the yields are outstanding even still on money market funds, etc. Cash is no longer trash, and it's certainly no longer a drag on portfolios. But that volatility is what people are not used to dealing with, and that's what erodes the total return on bond portfolios and takes the return away because of the principal losses when bonds sell off. So we're going to have to get used to that. We're going to have to think of fixed income as a little less safe perhaps than before. And when it comes to stock market volatility, it's really interesting to see this correlation. You know, we're seeing the stocks sell off, the bonds sell off, and ultimately we are, I suppose it really does throw into question our asset allocation assumptions around stocks and bonds. It's been a bit of a wild ride so far this month.
Definitely. I mean, looking right now just at Treasury yields and how much they've come in since reaching those peaks a couple of weeks ago. I mean, how are you looking at all of those opportunities right now in the Treasury market? And do you think that yields have peaked then for the cycle?
Yeah, I do think so. I think definitely there was a sternness, a kind of a note of caution, almost a rapping on the knuckles by Chairman Powell in the latest statement. It was not in line with his previous statement at the time of the Fed meeting. It was a lot more, I suppose, just really a salvo to those who were getting too carried away, perhaps, about the potential for there to be cuts coming up. So I'd say, you know, that perhaps I don't read too much into that. I do think we are nearing peak inflation. There will be wobbles along that trajectory. We're also probably at the end of the hiking cycle, and the next move is likely to be down, I believe. Now, when that will be, that's in question. That probably could not be till the second half of next year, or a little bit earlier if the economy starts to show some fraction. But I do suggest that we're not going to see yields go a lot higher, certainly by any central bank. I think that they've clearly seen enough, and what we have not seen enough of is the transmission of that effect. I was a little bit concerned when just listening to people discuss the job market about how little attrition there is in the job market right now. Yeah. Nobody's resigning. The Great Resignation is in the past. So that's a sign that people are a little worried.
Yeah, nobody's resigning. And look, Nora Melinda, our stocks reporter, was telling me yesterday about a firm. Apparently, buy now, pay later is absolutely taking off. We know that consumers are putting a lot more of their purchases on credit cards. Those rates are, you know, like usury level high. Plus, they're going to have to start paying student loans again. For a lot of people, that's a real decent chunk of money that's going to be leaving their disposable income every month. So how concerned are you about the U.S. consumer and the U.S. economy?
Well, I suppose we're all looking for that canary in the coal mine at the moment. Yes, we've seen credit card debt rise, but still not nearly close to levels that will be troubling in terms of undermining perhaps financial institutions or leading to a wave of defaults. We're seeing those little creeping concerns, but I suppose what I would think of maybe as a canary in the coal mine is around sentiment. If people are afraid to quit their job because they don't know when they'll get another one and they're not confident that the market is going to be there for them with these openings, then that's a sign that they perhaps are getting a little bit frayed at the edges in terms of the inflation drive as well as perhaps their earning power. We know that houses aren't really changing hands at the same level. We expect that rents are going to go higher. And I would suggest that we're not seeing a great deal of leverage on the labor side. If nobody's resigning and people are sticking around, maybe they don't have a ton of leverage when it comes to getting more wages there. So if people don't see their income rising and they do see prices rising, they're going to get concerned. And that to me could be a canary in the coal mine. I'm less concerned about the student loans. I think that only affects a certain segment of society. It's people who are still spending money are actually some of the boomer generation that perhaps don't even have jobs. So there may not be a great correlation there. But when sentiment starts to fray at the edges, and we've seen that in the 6-month indicator, that's when maybe the Fed's policy will start to have its intended effect, albeit with a little bit of a lag.
I'm glad you brought up sentiment because that's what I was looking at this morning from the University of Michigan report. Sentiment on that scale slid to a 6-month low, but the real big eye-popping data was in those inflation expectations. So the 1 year expectation up to 4.4%, that is, and the 5 to 10 year projection up to 3.2%. What do you, I mean, I guess, like, you know, they said a lot of this is on expectations of gas prices, which of course have been falling in the past month. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. What do you make of these higher inflation expectations?
Well, I suppose it's that lag effect again, in that most consumers, we have to talk about their individual inflation rate. And this is something I think gets a little bit lost. We look at the average inflation rate for the average basket of goods, but nobody actually is really buying that average basket of goods. If I'm not buying a new car, I'm not looking at the EV market, I haven't got a mortgage, or my mortgage is locked in at 2.6%, I'm not really going to be affected by that same inflation that somebody in a totally different situation would be. So all of that, the top line inflation headlines, I think, did not trickle down to the average consumer. Now that these consumer expectations are ticking up, I think it's finally sinking in. So, you know, the years of headlines around inflation, there will be that lagging impact. Service inflation we've seen rise. And I agree with you, gas has been the pleasant surprise that it says in my region, it's below $4 a gallon right now. So that's not going to be a driver. And that's probably why top line inflation estimates are coming down. And I think they will continue to stay low with gas prices and energy prices this low. The consumer, perhaps a little bit asleep at the switch when it came to actually factoring them into their own expectations. And I'd say that's squarely hand in hand with the sentiment being more subdued that we spoke about.
John Tucker, can you just give us the latest Wawa report?
The Wawa Route 36 in Monmouth County, New Jersey, around $3.30 a gallon.
$3.30 a gallon. It's not just that, though, right? Because if you go out to dinner, Ethan, if you take the kids to Disney, if you're paying for daycare, I mean, inflation is everywhere. And even if economists are happy with inflation coming back to 2%, we've still seen this huge run-up in prices that consumers are going to have to deal with at one point or another.
Exactly. And this is why I keep going back to the transmission effect. You know, there is a lag between when interest rates start to bite, and we're going to start seeing that now. Now, it could be that self-correcting, in that, as we mentioned, now the fact that the labor market is a little softer, we're not going to see that coming through in wages. So that's not, we're going to see, we're still with earnings expectations being that the earnings recession is now behind us. There's a great expectation that corporate margins are well protected. And why would they be well protected? Because they have pricing power on the one hand, and because their costs are under control on the other. And the costs are under control if they don't have to pay more for labor. So that's the interesting twist there. Corporate earnings being strong and margins being strong is actually pointing to perhaps a slightly softer environment for the consumer.
Interesting.
You want to wrap it up then there? Or we got, I could give you a rapid fire here, Ethan, if you've got 20 seconds to tell us.
Go for it, yes.
What are you looking at for year end? What's your biggest call?
I am looking at a return to this, the unloved stocks. I think we're going to see, I do expect a Santa Claus rally. I do think that we're this money market fund balance that keeps rising no matter what. We're going to see that. But I do expect it to start to be a little less concentrated than before. So those utility stocks, the healthcare stocks that have been laggards up to now, I think we're going to see more of a bounce in them. But do not bet against tech. That has always been my advice all year. Tech is simply, it's the muscle memory of those magnificent seven. Do not bet against tech. So I'm still positive for equity markets for year end.
Great.
Absolutely love it.
And good luck in the marathon next weekend. We'll be cheering you on.
Yes, Sunday, November 19th. Ethan's going to run in Philadelphia, and we will be there with you in spirit. Ethan Devitt, thanks so much for joining us, Chief Investment Officer at Moneta Group. With that, let's get over to Michael Barr for World and National News. Michael?
Matt, Molly, thank you very much. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said today that far too many Palestinians have died and suffered as Israel wages a relentless war against the militant Hamas group in the Gaza Strip. He urged Israel to minimize harm to civilians and maximize humanitarian assistance that reaches them. Blinken also says the U.S. welcomes Israel's humanitarian pauses and the opening of a new corridor for civilians in Gaza.
This is a process, and it's not always flipping a light switch, but we have seen progress. We just need to see more of it, and we need to maximize every effort to prevent Palestinian deaths and to advance the humanitarian assistance that's getting to them.
Secretary Blinken spoke in New Delhi. The stalemate on sending more aid to Ukraine is forcing the Pentagon to make some tough choices. Bloomberg's Nancy Lyons reports.
The Pentagon says it has burned through about 95% of the funding for Ukraine and has only $1 billion left to replenish stockpiles of weapons that have been sent. Deputy Pentagon spokeswoman Sabrina Singh says they're now having to meter out support. She's urging Congress to break a deadlock and approve the Biden administration's $61.4 billion emergency funding request for Ukraine that's part of a larger package that includes aid to Israel and funding for the U.S.-Mexico border. House Republicans want the funding separated, an idea that the White House opposes. In Washington, Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Democratic operatives believe that Joe Manchin's decision not to seek re-election virtually ensures the party will lose his Senate seat next year in deep red West Virginia. Democrats are clinging to a one-seat majority in the Senate. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Traders looking past a disappointing reading on consumer sentiment we had earlier. Tech giants leading gains. The NASDAQ up over 1%. The long bond, the 30-year, down 3 basis points. So that's right now good for risk assets. And after that hawkish message that we got from Fed Chair Jerome Powell yesterday, what's it going to take to get to the end of the Fed's hiking cycle? Well, we put that question earlier to Ed Cole at the Man Group.
It's going to take getting to a moment where we're actually in an earnings recession. We're actually in an environment where jobs numbers are weakening materially, and the Fed isn't reacting. It's the idea that the Fed put, which we've all got so used to, isn't there anymore.
Right now, the Dow up 125 points. The S&P 500 is up 26 points, and the NASDAQ 100 up 172. Patek Philippe, Molly, launching a timepiece paying tribute to the family patriarch, who cemented the watchmaker's position as the Swiss brand most coveted by collectors. So they're just selling 30 of these pieces. The chiming minute repeater and alarm function. You want to guess how much?
Tell me.
$1 million, well, close to $1 million.
Ooh, oh, wow. Okay. I mean, that's going to be a real test of buying conditions. Consumer report today did not say those look so good, but we're going to get to that in just a bit. We're going to have Matt Miller, my co-host here. He's going to be speaking with the CEO of Polestar, with Guy Johnson. They're going to be on Bloomberg Radio right here, as well as Bloomberg Television. So that's coming up right now. So let's head on over to them with Matt and Guy talking to the CEO of Polestar.
We welcome now our TV and radio listeners, our TV audience and radio listeners. We need to talk about what's happening in the EV space. EV maker Polestar, fresh off its Investor Day, a day that showcased its business strategy and future EV prototypes. We now welcome Thomas Ingerloth, Polestar CEO and Bloomberg's resident. It says gearhead, but electric cars don't have gears, so we'll maybe park that name for now. But Matt Miller joins us. Thomas, great to see you. Thanks for joining us. What's the message that you are sending to investors? What do you want to convey about where this business goes next?
Yeah, good morning, Guy. Hi, Matt. Well, our message here from our Polestar Day, how we call it here in LA, it's I think a very positive, good one. We have two major parts here. One, of course, the great news about the product rollout, and the other part about what work we have done over the last summer about the business plan. Obviously, making that a strong, resilient business plan, which means clear view on the break-even, cash flow break-even, 2025. So what I would call in a very short distance, very much in sight, 2025 cash flow break-even, and the funding need that is needed from today till this break-even, a very clear defined amount of 1.3 billion, which we want to cover with a mix of debt and equity. So what I would call a very manageable funding need. These two are the key cornerstones of this business plan, which I think everybody would acknowledge is not based on dreamy, fancy production numbers, but really a very realistic and achievable volume.
Thomas, let me jump in and ask you about those production numbers, because you've scaled back your 2023 production forecast a couple of times already. Now you expect to make 60,000 vehicles in total this year, but you need to get up to, I think, 155,000 by 2025. How are you going to make that leap from 60 to 155 in the next couple of years?
Well, yesterday people were queuing to get a ride along in our Polestar 3 SUV and in the SUV coupe, the Polestar 4. Both cars are ready to go out. The Polestar 4 actually has production start next week. The Polestar 3 will start production early 2024. So 2024, we will get these two cars in our hands. 25 will be a year where they will be fully in customer delivery, plus the Polestar 5 joining. So 3 great cars in the exclusive segment. So this product lineup, of course, is a big reason for our increase of volume in this period.
Thomas, you just called your products exclusive. What we've seen today is Richemont, the owner of Cartier, warning that they are seeing a significant consumer slowdown at the upper end. You've got Diageo warning that its premium products are starting to hit price resistance. We're seeing it all across the luxury sector at the moment, that the consumer is saying, I can't afford that anymore, even the upper end consumer. Are you seeing any evidence of that? Are exclusive EV products going to face the same headwinds that the rest of the luxury sector might be seeing at the moment?
I think it's very important to put that in perspective. I think there's no doubt that the long-term success of electrification is given. The only way of CO2 emission reduction is via EVs. Transition from combustion engine to EVs is a clear path forward. Short-term, economic fluctuations. The industry has seen that over decades. I think the real question is, how resilient are you as a business to go through those? And I think us having presented this business plan is a clear testimony of Polestar being on the side of the winners to go through those downsides and just simply be resilient enough to get out as a winner in that. So for that reason, I don't think there's any question about the EV success in the long term.
Thomas, you've just talked to us about your new business plan that you presented and said you need $1.3 billion. You're very specific about what you need to be cash flow break even in 2025. You need that externally, that funding. Are you in talks with any external investors? What kind of outside investors do you want to hook up with? And has anyone expressed interest?
Well, look, we were always very clear about the openness to attract outside investors. Our 2 main shareholders who have been and will be very supportive in our business, of course, will stay with us, but they are very willing to have others participating in the ownership of Polestar, and that's how we plan ahead.
So Volvo and Geely, do you think the other investors, could they come from China? Are you in talks with other Chinese investors?
No, we are worldwide pitching for this, so there's certainly no preference in any regional destination where these people should come from. No, we are here, obviously, today in the US. We have US production with the Polestar 3 starting. I think that is as well a very clear sign that we are an international business open to international investment.
Thomas, you flagged the fact that you have US production. President Biden has, within the last couple of days, signaled his support for the UAW to start targeting businesses like Tesla. He thinks that maybe that's the next place that they should be looking. What do you think about your labor? Do you think you could be facing strikes? Do you think you could be facing a union push? Do you think this is going to be something that pulls in the whole of the automotive sector in the United States?
Well, not really that much the question to us, because we have a very simple way of having basically no manufacturing footprint on our own. We have contract manufacturing with our big partners in that. Obviously, the Volvo factory in Ridgeville, we have production together with Geely, and this is where, of course, this question you have now should be targeted. We are very well familiar with factories, with unions. We have, obviously, in Sweden, a very strong base as well with manufacturing in Volvo. So I think that's really no question mark from our side onto that.
What is the Polestar the unique selling point, because some brands, Porsche is about speed and sports cars, Mercedes is about kind of luxury and status, Volvo is about safety and family, at least for me. What is Polestar about?
Polestar main differentiator clearly is our design focus. It's a brand with strongest design as advanced as its technology. That's our slogan. And I think yesterday at our Polestar Day, when you see the lineup of the beautiful cars and how innovation is brought to the customer through our design, made it really desirable. I mean, that is how we think electrification will succeed. Cars that really make people are passionate about. And what is the greatest driver for passion is clearly the design aspect of it. So if you ask us to narrow it down to that one aspect, it's design.
Thomas, great to catch up. Really appreciate you joining us from Los Angeles. Thomas Ingelath of Polestar. And of course, our thanks to Bloomberg's Matt Miller.
All right, well, if you were just joining us here, you were just listening to Matt Miller and Guy Johnson. They were interviewing the CEO of Polestar. And Matt, I believe that you've driven a Polestar recently. Can you tell us about two?
Yeah, so I mean, I drove the Polestar 1 was, I think, really amazing from a design perspective. It checked every box, and it was cool in that it was a hybrid and it had manually adjustable Öhlins suspension. That's something you don't see in cars these days. 2, it's not terribly luxurious, it's not over-engineered, and it's $50,000 in white, so it's a concern.
Does it have that CarPlay feature that you were asking our good John Tucker about earlier?
You can use CarPlay, but you have to plug it in. So it doesn't have wireless CarPlay, and it's made in China. So I think they're going to have difficulty selling that vehicle in this country. Chinese cars that come in here are subject to a 27.5% tariff. Yeah. So they can't beat anybody on pricing. But it'll be interesting to see the 3 that'll be built here in the U.S. and South Carolina, as he's saying. The Polestar 4 is going to be built in Korea, and then they're going to have another car. So it'll be interesting to see how they do with the Swedish/Chinese ownership.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's something fun to consider going forward. So thanks you and Guy for talking and for bringing us that interview. And we're going to move right along here. Now we've got Michael McKee right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Our international politics and economics correspondent.
Yeah, something like that. He's got a nice title. So
I want to know more about the Öhlins suspension, but
you want to talk about cars, or you want to talk the economy?
I think we should probably talk the economy, because I just went to the end of my car knowledge.
Okay. Well, that makes 2 of us. So tell us. I mean, I guess the UMich report front and center today. What are your thoughts coming out of that one?
Depressed we are. The American people seem to have had a collective black cloud over their heads for the last month. And I spoke with Joanne Shu, the head of the surveys for the University of Michigan at length. And she says it's a combination of everything. It's inflation. Even though inflation's coming down, people are still experiencing higher prices. It is the wars that have broken out in the Middle East and ongoing in Ukraine. It is the political climate that we're in. And as she did say, there is certainly some blame that goes these days to social media. The reinforcing feeling of if people are talking about how terrible things are, it just gets reinforced. That bad news bias.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I think, there are so many interesting parts of the UMich report that we don't always get to talk about. The headline obviously figures of the inflation expectations, of sentiment, but they do have all these interesting data points as well, and how people feel about how the president is doing right now in terms of economic policy. They also ask about how interest rates are affecting your life, and the buying conditions as well. So probably not so great for cars right now. I would think.
Not so great for cars, but not because of cars, but because of interest rates. Interest rates were one of the major factors that Joanne cited as something that is affecting people's moods these days. They may not be buying a car, but they know that if they wanted to, they would have to pay a lot more money. Same story.
Double-digit rates. I think a lot of people are taking loans for cars that are double digits right now. You know?
Yeah, I don't know, because when we ran into this problem before of more expensive cars for whatever reason, the car companies' finance units bought down a lot of the loans, and I would imagine, I haven't looked, but I did see a story the other day that incentives are coming back, so we may see also the
right. They're going to need to. I mean, so I just bought a car, as you may have heard.
Congratulations.
Dodge Challenger RT Scat Pack wide body. It's beautiful. I love it. I mean, I'm literally in love with it. If I could sleep with my car, I would.
When I think of the Dodge
Challenger,
Challenger,
you can sleep in the car.
I go back to the 60s and 70s with the giant wing.
Yes. Okay, that was the Super B, I think, or in any case, that may have been at Plymouth. Anyway, I financed this vehicle, right? And I shopped around for the lowest rate that I could find. I ended up going with the credit union and got 6%. But I have a really good credit score, you know, and a good job. So I'm thinking somebody who is in the middle of the country is maybe struggling a little bit on the credit score side is going to have trouble getting under 10%. And that's no bueno for the car makers, especially when their prices are so high to begin with.
Definitely. But what's interesting and counterintuitive in these Michigan numbers is that people do not think they're going to lose their jobs, and people do not think that their incomes are going to go down. They still think their incomes are going to rise. So it kind of fits with the pattern that we've seen lately of people saying, my life is fine, but the country is in bad shape. And it's kind of hard to square those two circles, but at this point, that seems to be about where we are. She did say that, interestingly, they do break down confidence by political party. And Republicans think things are terrible, but they've thought things were terrible since January 20th of 2021. Democrats have thought since that date that things are good. It's the independents that are starting to not feel good now, which is not good news for Joe Biden.
Right. I mean, those are obviously the people he would love to be capturing next.
Take it away from Joe Manchin.
Who we will not see again. Goodbye to that show. There was something else in the Michigan report that I wanted to ask you about, Mike. It says here that nearly 1 in 5 consumers surveyed said that unemployment will cause more hardship than inflation over the coming year. That, to me, sounds like there is some concern about losing your job.
But it's that you're going to lose your job. I'm not going to lose my job.
Right.
Matt could lose his job.
Could too.
Very likely.
Well, isn't that the phrase, right? That, like, you know, inflation affects everybody, but unemployment only affects your neighbor?
Yeah.
Something like that.
And it's a recession when your neighbor gets fired, and it's a
depression when you do.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of where we are with this, is that the American people are looking at unemployment, and this is where we got into the discussion about social media and the news media and all the stories that come out about unemployment going up and the constant pounding on that idea on social media, that people start to think things are really terrible because their frame of reference is 3.5%, and now it's 3.9%, and so they
the same as rates, right?
They think this is terrible.
I mean, to me, 6% seems insane that I'm paying that much, but. When my mom bought a car in 1981, I'm sure she was paying like 16%.
Yeah, Joanne was talking about that. Again, I'm talking about Joanne Schuh, who's the director of surveys at the University of Michigan, and she said there's definitely recency bias here. People are looking at what they recently saw in the economy, and things were much worse in and around 1980 when interest rates were at their highest and inflation was at its highest, and now they don't have any memory of that, or they weren't born, or they were...
Molly has no memory of 1980.
I don't think I was a
She
thought
talks
yet.
to me about 1980 all the time. Her favorite song.
Who are the best
favorite
80s
Fed
tennis
share.
players?
That was my favorite Fed share. Come on, that's the period we talk about.
She can't ever stop talking about Animal House, the movie, which was 78. So, you know.
She was a
Wow,
huge
you guys
Billie
really
Jean
take
King.
me back here.
Chris
Yeah.
Everett Lloyd. I loved Chris Everett Lloyd back then.
Just Chris Everett now, but
You
yes.
think she should have married Jimmy Connors?
I would have been a fan of that probably. I love Jimmy Connors too. He was the man.
So tough.
Now I like McEnroe. You know, as they get older, they change. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Why were the economists so wrong? What are the economists getting wrong?
Isn't this a slam dunk time to buy U.S. Treasuries?
Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. I don't know.
True. What the heck does that mean?
I don't know.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
We're going to be in an environment with higher rates for longer.
The 5-day in-office work week is effectively dead.
It's definitely a good sign that we're not ready to land this economy just yet.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Matt Miller here in the Interactive Broker Studio with Molly Smith. Paul Sweeney is on assignment at Duke, of course. We still have a lot coming up throughout the program today. It's Friday, so congratulations.
We made it.
You made it.
Amazing. Well, you did too.
It's
Congrats
also,
to you too.
I guess we're observing Veterans Day today, or a
That's
lot of
right.
companies are. We don't have the
Yes.
day off.
No, we are very much on. Isn't it a bond market holiday though? Or wasn't it used to be?
I feel like they probably do a half day usually. So
Okay.
if they're out, it's not till 1. I haven't heard anything about that yet.
Right.
But
well, stocks are very much alive and well today. We're going to get a
little bit of a
RSVP for
bounce
that.
back
Yeah.
here. So excited about that, and it's also the Marine Corps' 248th birthday.
Right, and that comes shortly after your not 248th birthday.
I turned
but-
50 last
Yeah.
weekend. And
Right.
so I'm getting almost as old as the Marines.
Right.
Right now, let's get over to John Tucker. He's got your Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are all pushing higher with the S&P up 33 right now. Best level of the day, 43.80. That is a gain of just about 0.8%. Your Dow Jones Industrial Average up 169 points, up 0.5%. And NASDAQ up 156, higher now by 1.2%. 10-year yield 4.61% with a 2-year 5.02%. Gold down $19 the ounce to $19.39. Drop there of just about 1%. Volatile week for energy. We've got West Texas Intermediate crude bouncing up again today, up another 1.9% with a 77 handle right now, 77.13 for a barrel of WTI. Brent, the global benchmark, back above 80. In fact, back above 81 right now, 81.46 for a barrel of Brent, up by just about 1.8%. Stocks rose, bond yields fell, traders looking past a disappointing reading on consumer sentiment and the Fed's efforts to downplay the market's dovish bid. Doug Cass is president and founder of Seabreeze Partners, and on surveillance here on Bloomberg Radio this morning, he told us inflation does remain a big problem.
Everyone's looking at the slight improvement in the rate of inflation over the last couple of months, thanks in large measure, obviously, to the lower price of oil. But the real concern to me, and the real reason there's growing evidence that the consumer is starting to roll over badly, is that stacked inflation, the cumulative rise over the last 3 years, is debilitating.
And you can hear more of that conversation with Doug Cass on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Apple is set to challenge the European Union's fresh crackdown on big tech's dominance in the first of what is expected to be several appeals against the Digital Markets Act. Apple shares advancing along with other big-name tech stocks today. Apple up now by just about 1.4%. Recapping, stocks are higher. S&P up 32, a gain of 0.7%, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, John Tucker. I'm kidding. Charlie Pellet there with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Thank you very much. Of course, Tucker is on his way to the Wawa to fill up in Monmouth. I'm Matt Miller here in the studio with Molly Smith. Paul Sweeney down at Duke for the weekend. Nora Melinda in the house here. She's got a look at what's going on in stocks, and we're still looking at a bounce back that's getting better and better.
We are. So we've got stocks up, bond yields falling, but really it's the NASDAQ that's up a little bit over 1%. I know when we last spoke, Molly, you were sick of those decliners, so I'm here to bring you some gainers.
Yes, let's see the green on the screen.
So the green on the screen is really led by Microsoft. It's leading a tech rally. The stock actually hit its highest intraday level on record, and that's really since 1986.
What's so great about Microsoft today?
I mean, honestly, I think what most investors are really looking past everything that Powell has had to say, and they're really kind of coming with an optimistic feel, and that's really going toward tech. I mean, we have information technology as the best performing sector in the S&P 500 right now, and investors are really just pouring all of their money into tech stocks.
Looking past what Jay Powell has to say.
Right.
Isn't that the story of the past year and a half?
Just close the door.
That's what he said.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be nice?
All right, so Microsoft tech stocks really leading the way, powering this rally. Frankly, you know, we talked to Margie Patel from Allspring earlier, and she said you can't ignore these stocks. You've also got Trade Desk here on your list of things to talk about. What is Trade Desk doing? They've had a good year.
They have, but had to get back to the decliners a little bit. But
wait for your red shirt.
Yes, for my red shirt to match the vibe. But this story is actually up on top right now. Reporter Aisha Counts. But essentially, Trade Desk is tumbling today. It's an advertising tech company. It gave a fourth quarter forecast that was weaker than expected for both revenue and adjusted EBITDA. KeyBank analyst Justin Patterson noted that this is more of a speed bump for the company rather than a structural issue, but its weak guidance did overshadow an otherwise strong quarter. It's down as much as 22%, which is its most since May of last year. So it's really important to watch that along with its peers. We've got other digital advertising companies like Roku, PubMatic, Meta, Snap, Pinterest that are all in focus.
And guess what? Meta is up today.
Oh, that's
Shocking.
a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Well, only because, like you just said, you know, it's these big tech names. Those are the safe havens on a day like today, or like Matt likes to tell us, back in his day, they were called growth stocks.
Yes,
because apparently we don't call them that.
Well,
anymore.
no, I said they were referred to as long duration
That's what I
stocks,
heard.
right?
Okay.
But high rates don't seem to hurt them. So, by the way, do you use Pinterest? Does either one of you use Pinterest? I've yet to meet someone who uses Pinterest for anything other than wedding planning. So I do not get the popularity of this.
It's me.
You do?
I use it for food recipes.
Really?
Yes, I know.
Okay, that's what Eric.
Shocking.
That's what Eric Amolo, our producer, also does, which
I
is
love
weird.
it.
So what? You find a food recipe and then you pin it?
I'll look up healthy food recipes, quick healthy food recipes, and it'll spit out a bunch of options.
Really?
Yes.
Genius.
Yes, I love it.
I feel like that's more Instagram's use for me. Anybody?
No.
Matt, what
Or
do you
TikTok
want?
even.
For me, I mean, I love recipes, but what I do is on my phone, I have a Chrome browser, and when I find a good recipe, I just leave that tab open and I open a new tab. So
That's
now I have
smart.
like 38 tabs on my Chrome browser that are constantly open so that I don't forget the recipe for like peanut butter
you can't
cookies.
forget. You can't forget.
Hey, that would give me stress. 38 tabs?
No, I don't really know how many. But,
Arbitrary number, but we do have a lot of economic data coming next week, right? So we'll see
A little thing called the CPI?
CPI, PPI, those monthly prints. So
and some Fed speakers. Do we have like 1 million Fed speakers as well?
Always.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's take a look here because, you know, they're not in blackout anymore. They're out there to roam around however they would like to. So, yeah, I think we're probably going to get a couple. Looks like we've got, you know, big ones like Jefferson. I mean, he's the vice chair of the committee right now, so I'm sure people are going to look to that one especially. We've also got Barr testifying on financial regulators, or the oversight of them.
So Daly today.
Yes, yeah.
She's on CNBC.
I was already looking to next week, but
And
yes, Mary Daly coming up this afternoon.
Bostic tomorrow,
Yes.
moderating a panel. This is so cool. If you type Fed Go and then you just click on events, you can see the rundown.
The great
Yeah.
drop down.
Or I'll give you
everybody.
another way to find it. If you go to EcoGo,
Yes.
and what defaults to economic releases, you can instead go to central banks.
It has so many great toggles. I love EcoGo.
Gotta love a Bloomberg
I
terminal,
did not.
right?
Yes.
Have you guys ever done WecoGo? WECO Go?
Is that World Economic Calendar, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you can choose then from a series of flags and decide like which country you
Yeah.
want.
Eco
How
does
engaging.
that too.
All right. Very cool Bloomberg functionality. Nora, thanks so much for joining us. Have a fantastic weekend.
Yes, likewise.
Nora Melinda covers stocks for us and telling us who the winners and losers are on this day. And we do have, the S&P, I think it's at near session highs right now. Up, yeah, it is, at 0.8% the gain. NASDAQ up 1.25%, Dow up 0.5%. Let's talk about fixed income, though. Not the stock stuff. Let's bring in Liz Capel-McCormick. She is our chief correspondent for global macro markets here at Bloomberg News. Liz, what happened yesterday with that Treasury auction? We were doing great on stocks. We were looking at the best winning streak in 2 decades, and then all of a sudden we saw a big tail, and you explained to me what that was, and stocks then fell.
Yeah, and what are we doing tomorrow, Matt? I've seen you 2 days in a row now. What's on the agenda? But yeah, what a mess. Like you said, we were talking about the auction. Bang, little over 5 basis point tail. I mean, it really. I was looking in SocGen had a nice note today saying, that big tail, which we talked about, shows, kind of very lack of demand, that how fickle the demand is for long duration paper, that, especially in this volatility. One day it seems like, oh, the Fed is done, rates are falling, peak yields, blah, blah, blah. And then Jerome Powell, which was after the auction yesterday, kind of changed that tune. So I just think people aren't confident enough that, rates are seeing their worst, we had the 12-month ahead inflation expectations get really high today. So I think there's a lot of risk people, and, long duration is great when things are bad and the economy is cratering and yields are falling. You get the biggest price bang for your buck. But on the flip side, you lose the most when rates go up. So I think it's still too risky of a venture for people to kind of go in hard. But yeah, it was a terrible auction.
So those 5 basis points, Liz, because I think, for any of you guys listening, 5 basis points, that's 0.05 percentage point. So doesn't sound like a whole lot, probably.
This is the spread between on the run and off the run treasuries. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about that the auction drew a yield of that was 5 basis points higher than where the 30-year was trading right before the auction.
Okay.
I think that's what
it also happens to be, the spread between on the run and off the run issues. It widened by 5 basis points yesterday, and that's why I was thinking of that particular number.
Well, Liz pointed out to us in her story here that only one other 30-year bond auction has been priced at yields at least 5 bips higher than where they'd been trading. So I just wanted you, Liz, to tell us then, it sounds like that 5 basis points then pretty significant.
Yeah, so first of all, Molly, it's significant because it just shows the degree that, in a sense, Treasury Department had to pay up to sell all this paper. Because like I always say, when we talk about auctions, because there are some countries where there can be an absolute fail. The government doesn't even sell all the paper they want. Treasury always sells their paper. It just depends on how much they have to kind of, in a sense, pay up. So that 5 basis points is, number one, symbolic of, what seemed like the market price when the auction, wrapped up. Treasury had to pay up, let's just say 5 basis points more. It's a price really that we're looking at, the difference. But to me also, let's remember, sadly, our government isn't selling 100 million in 30-year bonds. We're selling, 24 billion or whatever we did. I think, it was 24 yesterday. And we're selling trillions overall. So every extra incremental higher yield they have to pay investors adds up for the taxpayer ultimately. So that's a kind of a broader takeaway. More micro is that, Treasury had to really entice people to sell all this paper.
Just to stick with that $24 billion number real quick, Liz, this isn't something that we usually get to when we're talking in the rates world, but I come from a background of covering munis and corporate credit, and big things in those new issue markets are use of proceeds. We always ask, why is the company borrowing money? What are they doing with it? So, tell us, does Treasury tell people why they're borrowing $24 billion?
Well, of course, and I, remember dating myself, but there was a thing that, look at your adverb, and they would talk about your government, this cool TV thing. But they would talk about, hey, remember that.
Rock.
Schoolhouse Rock. That's it. Yes. Thanks, Matt. But they would talk about, okay, it's our politicians in Congress who decide on these budgets. How much are we going to spend? What our tax rate's going to be? And basically, in the end, are we going to end up spending more than we take in revenue, which is what we are in now, a deficit, right? So Treasury is just kind of the agent, and then the government says, this is a deficit. Okay, Janet Yellen and your team, you need to borrow all this money because we don't have enough, right? So the use of that money is going to a lot of different things that our politicians have decided. But right now, as Molly, you probably know, a lot of it's going to, things that are always there, entitlements, Medicare, Social Security, but interest cost on our debt is a huge swath of that now because yields have risen so much, and, defense, all these other things that we need. So the Treasury Department is just kind of doing the work of the government and saying, yeah, we'll get you the money you need.
By the way, Liz, how much extra yield are investors demanding to own longer-term debt instead of rolling over shorter-term securities as they mature?
Term premium, right? Yeah, there you go. We're speaking the same language. Yeah, term premium, which I was like, this is my era now. Finally, everybody's talking term premium, the kind of wonky, stupid thing that editors used to not let me write about. But yeah, it's just showing that, people are saying, and Ben Bernanke in the past has done a good paper explaining what is term premium. And basically, he's like, it's the mix of the extra yield. You can kind of, if we use our economics, fixed income 101, you could look at where Fed rates are and where you think they'll be over 10 years. But then you have to say, hey, but I might need some risk for, is there going to be inflation or bad stuff happening or supply demand is a mess, that if I'm going to give my money to the government for 10 years, I need an extra cushion. And that term premium, which, like Matt, you're alluding to, is now positive.
But we're not, so I know it's positive, and I read your story, which was awesome, Dark Matter. I love that. But when I think about it, actually, you must mean very short-term securities, because right now I want 5% plus to lend my money to the U.S. government for 2 years. But if they want it for 30 years, I'll give it to them for less, for 472.
Right.
So
right, but
if I tried to calculate it like that, it would be less, negative.
Well, yeah, but think about it. When you project, let's just even talk a year bill, right? Like you said, it's trading around 5 or so. But you have to think, if you got to do an estimate, if I'm going to roll that over for 10 years, I don't think rates are going to stay where they are. So people are estimating, and probably, that's what you say the risk in short end, even though it's great, you got these juicy returns, is they're going to mature quite quick. And you might have to roll them over, say rates fell, to lower yield. So it's not as kind of plain vanilla, because you're talking about the yield curve is inverted, right? And long rates are still below short. So that's all true in a sense. That's why, there is a quick take on term premium that would try to explain that it's a little different than just the shape of the yield curve.
I've read it. I read everything that you do, and I click through the blue links in your stories too.
This last one
Chris
here
Yancey.
For you, Liz, I want to look ahead to next week. We've got that CPI report coming out. Looks like, lower gas prices is going to help the headline numbers. Core, not so much. Where are your thoughts ahead for potential market reaction if we get an inline reading?
Yeah, I'm tending to lean, maybe I'm just not a believer in there's more risk, because everyone again, we have this volatility, but there's so many people thinking maybe the worst is over. Powell kind of was more hawkish than people thought yesterday. So I'm a little worried if it comes right on the money or just a smidgen higher, you're going to see yields really take off. And if it's a touch lower, maybe it's not enough oomph to make everyone say, oh, let's go long. So I'm not the economist, so I'll take the numbers as they are, but I'm a little bit more worried that it could come a little higher. And if, the market could get another hit if that happens.
Oof.
All right.
Wouldn't that be a fun Tuesday if that happened?
We'll be watching it very closely, obviously. And Liz, we're going to probably have you on the show to talk about it as well. So thanks very much. Liz Capel-McCormick there. She is Bloomberg News chief correspondent for global macro markets. Matt Miller here with Molly Smith in the studio. This is Bloomberg. Let's get to Elisa Mateo right now. She's got your company news.
You got it, Matt. Shares of Groupon, they are really getting hammered this morning, down about 38%. And this after its result miss. And the co-founder announced he's resigning from the board. Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld says that's not all the bad news.
Groupon also announced a plan to raise about $100 million through an equity rights offering. Barclays noted that equity rights offering, it's likely going to weigh on the stock and that shares could also remain under pressure. Quote, recovery expectations are getting tempered a bit. So you add it all together, this is only Groupon's worst day in about a month, though I will note that through yesterday's close, the stock was higher by 58% this year.
Well, Disney is pushing back the release of several movies because of the just-settled Hollywood actors' strike. It includes a third Deadpool film and the fourth Captain America movie. And Lionsgate topped estimates and said that the impact from the strikes would be less than anticipated at $30 million. Bloomberg's Simone Foxman says a big focus has been on the digital side.
Lionsgate, for example, has invested heavily in Starz streaming despite pretty substantial costs, but at least in this latest quarter, able to not just surprise profit with adjusted earnings per share coming in at 21 cents versus an estimated loss of 7.5 cents per share. Motion picture revenue up about 77% year on year.
Now, shares right now, they're down about 0.5%. And bundling is coming to streaming. The Wall Street Journal reports Verizon plans to offer a package that includes the ad-supported versions of Netflix and Warner Brothers Discovery Max for about $10 a month. Now, that's combined. That's about $7 less than it costs to subscribe to each one individually. I'm Lisa Mateo.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Best level of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. We have got the S&P up 34 points. That is a gain right now of just about 0.8%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 179 for a gain of 0.5%. The Nasdaq Composite Index now up 170, up by 1.3%. The Nasdaq 100 Index, full of mega cap tech names, doing a little bit better, up now by 1.4%. 10-year yield 4.61%, with the 2-year 5.04%. Gold $19.39 the ounce, down by 1%. Bitcoin surging 2.2%, 37,339 right now on Bitcoin. And West Texas Intermediate crude 77.04 a barrel. WTI up by 1.7%. Trade Desk shares plummeted the most in a year and a half after the digital advertising platform gave a weak revenue forecast for the current quarter, sending a warning flare about the health of the ad market. Trade Desk shares, they're down by just about 18%. Snap and Pinterest, social media companies that also rely on ad sales, are down as well. We've got Snap down now by 0.6%. Pinterest lower by 1.7%. Again, recapping though, a Friday rally underway with the S&P up 35 points. That is a gain of 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thanks very much for that. Charlie Pellet with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Matt Miller here in the Interactive Broker Studio with Molly Smith. Paul Sweeney is on assignment. We are going to talk about what the big executives talk about.
I would love to know.
With each other. It's really interesting because right now Bloomberg is launching kind of a mentor-mentee program.
Oh, really?
Or, continuing on with the program we have.
Okay.
And I thought, I need a mentor. Here, I'd like some objective, outside perspective. And this is what, at least I think, what World 50 Group does. Let's ask the CEO, David Wilkie. He's here in the studio with us. David, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So talk to us about World 50 Group. What is it? How did it come about? And what do you do there?
Well, thanks for having me. We were founded in 2004. Simple insight executives who went outside their business for ideas and insights, outperformed their peers. But on further inspection, it's pretty hard. If you're a C-level executive and you want to go talk to other peers outside your organization, it's often hosted by folks who have something to sell you. You show up as the CFO at a CFO program. You're actually the only CFO there. If your competitors in the room, you don't really want to talk. So we just create the safe place, right? We create the place where CEOs, C-level executives can collaborate, come together, in person or virtual, talk about what's on their mind, share like the real stories, the real challenges, and then lean on each other to find the solutions they're looking for.
But is it like a conference or a retreat or a Zoom meeting or how do you do it?
It's both in person and virtual, so especially post-COVID, as you would imagine. But it started out more in person, but over the years we've pivoted. A lot of it is over Zoom. It can be over phone calls. We're sort of platform agnostic. Our bigger objective is just if you have a challenge and you're a CEO, don't reinvent that wheel. There's some other CEOs working on the same issues. Our job is to facilitate those interactions so you can get shortcuts to where you're trying to get to.
You ever seen like some big ideas or transactions or results come out of these meetings you can tell us?
We've had some members do some pretty remarkable collaboration that we didn't even imagine. The conversations are confidential, but I can tell you that two big global brands, one kind of an electronics company, one in more consumer products, basically hatch an idea together that sort of transformed those two businesses. And we didn't have the idea. They were just in the room and they sort of figured out, hey, why don't our companies do something together? It would be really interesting. 6-12 months later, they are. So there's always that, if you put the high caliber executives in an environment together, the magic, the serendipity happens. They find ways to work together.
So it's a membership program. Executives join,
yes.
And then what? Do they just do one group, or do they go, weekly, monthly, quarterly? Are the room sizes 50 people or 10 people?
Yeah,
I have a million questions.
Okay, lots of questions. All right, let me see if I can tackle those. We start out by just getting to know each member. So we call our clients members. So what are you trying to figure out? What are your challenges this year? What are your goals for this year? That's where we start. And then we're going to try to handcraft that experience for you to solve those problems or address those things. Typical member might get together with other members in person 1 or 2 times a year for a couple of days. Those rooms will be probably about 50 people, hence the name World 50. But the other times around the year, jump on a Zoom maybe once a month, connect with a handful of other members, but all based on what you're trying to solve. So if you're trying to solve a particular set of issues, we're going to handcraft that to you. And then when you come together with your peers, that's where there's going to be a more open discussion, more sort of outside the box, where you're going to learn from each other, you're going to hear what your peers are thinking about, take those ideas back into your company. You weren't necessarily looking for a solution, but it landed in your lap because you heard someone else who's in the same job as you at a globally respected company doing something. You're like, oh my, that applies to us. We need to take advantage of that.
So some of those issues I imagine right now that executives are talking about, again, confidential discussions,
That's
but
okay.
let's play along that we probably know maybe a little semblance of what they're talking about. I would guess geopolitics is up there.
Yes.
AI is up there.
Both.
Tell us a little bit more.
Well, geopolitics is very, very important right now. That's probably the number one issue with what's going on in the world, both the U.S.-China relations, as you would expect. When our members are together, they're asking each other questions like, are you increasing your investment in China? Are you staying the course? Are you divesting? We have a supply chain officer group and a procurement officer group. They're talking a lot about scenario planning, even running simulations on what happens if there's real conflict there. Then, of course, with the tragedy with the Israel-Hamas situation, you can imagine there's a lot of interest in figuring out what your peers are doing. You know, within hours, if not within a couple of days of that, the CEOs, and we have a communications officer community, they want to know, how are you going to message around this? Are you going to message? What are you going to say? How do you avoid blind spots? So they're trying to help each other get a message out that is, you know, has the right messaging for their constituents. But then it changes, right? So now it's more about mental wellness and care and concern for your employees in the region and around the world. So like our CHRO community, the human resource officer executives, they're connecting with each other on the health and wellness issues. What are you doing? How are you preventing a divide inside your organization? That's a hot topic right now.
And you must have also international members. I mean, it's not all American executives.
No,
right?
It's not America 50, it's World 50. Yeah, we're global. If you're in one of our communities, you're in a global community.
So you could have Chinese executives. I imagine you have a lot of European executives.
A lot of European. So we have to be sort of sympathetic to all angles, but the diversity actually helps. So if you're in a safe place where you can talk about something and maybe somebody sees the other side of the equation than you, and it's hard to have a conversation with them outside of a, you know, Chatham House rule environment, we sort of enable that. So the global diversity, we're in about, you know, we have members in about 30 countries or 6 continents around the world. They want that. Our members are telling us, like, I want the members from those other regions because I need to know what it's like there. I mean, they all have global operations, right? So they have people in those countries. They need to understand what it's like to operate there.
What's the tech like? Do you have your own platform? Do you have, like, you know, do members access a website, access an app?
Yeah, especially pre-COVID, our technology platforms gets a lot of use. About half of our members are on the platform every month. It's a chance you can ask each other questions. So there's a kind of a Q&A platform, all off the record. Post a question, get responses. It's a quick way to get insights on something you want. And then there's also content that we can share. So maybe we had a conversation that you're going to miss. You're like, oh, I'm going to be in a board meeting. You can time shift that. So those are the things that the app is really particularly good at. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to the humans, right? You have to have trust. You have to know who you're connecting with. The source matters. You can't just read a bullet point and be like, oh, that's a good idea. If I see where it comes from a globally respected company who I know is in the marketplace with a lot of competition, and I put a lot more faith in that than I would from a consultant or from some other source.
Well, I think, you know, speaking of that trust in this safe environment, I would think a lot of these C-suite people who are talking to each other, there's still got to be some degree of, I got to keep my cards close to my chest, right? Like I'm talking to like my direct equivalent at at a competing company. Like how do your members tell you they handle these kinds of? That's got to be a delicate environment.
Yeah, it's a big part of what we do is prevent those direct competitors from having to be in an environment where they have to share in front of each other. So we're really good at partitioning that. At the end of the day, you're an executive. You can control what you say, right? So if let's say you're looking at a big acquisition. You don't have to say the name of the company, but you can say, hey, how would I go about doing this kind of acquisition? What would you be looking for? What are the pitfalls? And if you do it, what would you be doing on the other side of it? So you can still get most of the value out without actually having to reveal the really sensitive information.
It's very interesting. What kind of growth have you seen? I mean, 2004 you started saying?
2004, yeah. We have about 4,800 members around the world right now in about 45 different communities. So we've been growing double digit every year. We actually had probably our best year this year. So the COVID really accelerated things for us.
Yeah.
You know, when times are tough, where do you go when you don't have a playbook on your desk? Another executive somewhere, there's always someone around a corner from you. Our job is to know who's around the corner from you, and sometimes you're around the corner, and then you're helping the executives who are not around the corner. So it works both ways.
Executives need someone who's not a yes man.
That's right, yeah.
Or a yes woman.
Thank you.
That's
Gender
right.
neutral.
Excellent. David, thanks so much for joining us. David Wilkie there from World 50. Is it called World 50? World 50 Group. Yeah, World 50 Group. Excellent. All right, let's get over to Nancy Lyons right now. She's in Washington, D.C. She's got World National News. Nancy?
Thanks, Matt. Israeli forces are closing in on Gaza City's main hospital, under which they believe resides a Hamas command center. The UN's High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, says Israel must be careful with its strategy.
We have very serious concerns that these amount to disproportionate attacks in breach of international humanitarian law. Strikes on hospitals and in the vicinity of hospitals in Gaza City have been particularly intense.
The UN's Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, is also calling for an investigation into Israel's bombing campaign in Gaza. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says he welcomes Israel's recently implemented humanitarian pauses in the fighting, but says more needs to be done to protect Palestinian civilians. The anticipated meeting between President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping has been set. They will meet on the sidelines of the Asia-Pacific Leaders Summit in San Francisco next Wednesday. Bloomberg Washington correspondent Anne-Marie Hordern will be covering that event and says the two leaders will certainly discuss the ongoing wars in Ukraine and Gaza.
It is not just this concern about economics or potentially whether or not what the future holds for China and are they going to invade Taiwan, but the fact of the matter is the United States and China are on opposite ends of both of these conflicts. And I think that is why the global community, even if Americans aren't paying attention to it, leaders around the world want to see the dialogue between President Joe Biden and Xi Jinping.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern reporting from the nation's capital. Less than 7 million people watched the third Republican presidential primary debate Wednesday. The audience for the NBC-hosted broadcast was down from the 9 million who watched the debate last month and the 12.8 million that watched the first debate. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the green. We are on track for our second winning week in a row on the S&P so far this week, up by 0.8%. This, of course, after last week's 5.9% surge for the S&P. But right now, best level of the day. Stocks are higher. Bond yields are falling. Traders are looking past a disappointing reading on consumer sentiment and the Fed's efforts to downplay the market's dovish bid. Tech giants leading today's gains. NASDAQ 100 index now up by 1.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 1.5%, higher now by 206 points. S&P 500 index up 46. That is a gain of 1.1%, while the Dow is up 258 points, up by about 0.8%. 10-year yield 4.61% with a 2-year right now 5.04%. Gold down $20 the ounce, dropping 1% now to $19.38. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.2%, $77.38 a barrel. As for the economic outlook, Margie Patel is Senior Portfolio Manager at Allspring Global Investments. And on Bloomberg Markets this morning, she told us she does not see a recession next year.
So as we get into 24, we may see the economy decelerate a little bit because some of these money flows, particularly the leftover COVID money that's been really a big boost for consumers, may stop, and that may cause the economy to slow down a little. But I just don't see a recession in the cards even for 24.
And you can hear more of the conversation on the Tape podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Apple is set to challenge the European Union's fresh crackdown on big tech's dominance in the first of what is expected to be several appeals against the Digital Markets Act. Apple shares up right now by 1.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, that is, I believe that's the Marines hymn.
Is
it? It is.
Well, we have a guest on who would definitely know better than I would.
It's the birthday, 248th birthday of the U.S. Marine Corps. And of course, tomorrow is Veterans Day, but a lot of businesses are observing Veterans Day today. And I think, honestly, with all that's going on in the world right now, we should be doubly thankful of what our veterans do for us. They put their lives on the line so that we don't have to, and in a lot of cases, so that we don't even have to think about it.
Really?
So really, a really unforgiving job, because most often when they come back from putting their lives on the line, they're not, I think, in my opinion, I guess I'm editorializing here, given enough in terms of help reintegrating into society, reintegrating into the workforce, in terms of housing. I mean, the homeless problem among veterans is just astounding.
Yeah, and our next guest is going to tell us all about that. So let's bring her in here. This is Lisa Flaumer joining us. She's the board director of Veterans Villages. Village? Got it. Villages, plural. Okay, so building affordable housing for veterans. Yeah, let's talk about this, because that is such a big issue that Matt brings up here when our veterans do come home from their service. Why is housing such a challenge?
Housing insecurity, well, first of all, in this market today, we're really focused on the fact that interest rates are rising. Supply chain woes continue to plague the housing industry. So having affordable housing in general be available isn't as readily available as it used to be. And those two factors certainly weigh into a lot of the construction companies and whether or not they can continue with the projects that they've already started or actually start new projects. The Veterans Village that we built in Philadelphia, which is the Bernard Spain campus, and I'll be happy to share a bit more about how we came upon building that and that sense of urgency due to this need. But if we had to build that today, we couldn't build it for the same amount of money that we built it when we started out.
Just given where material labor costs are right
Absolutely.
now.
And the interesting thing is that, you know, a lot of our materials that we use are petroleum-based or contain petroleum in there. So you're talking about the roofing materials, the facade materials, even toilet bowl seats actually have petroleum in it. So when we think of petroleum as Americans, we think of gasoline for our cars, but we don't realize that those rising rates actually affect the supplies that we use to build our veterans villages. And if it weren't for our wonderful sponsors and supporters like Saint-Gobain and also Amerivet Securities and Dow Tile, we wouldn't have been able to build the Veterans Village Bernard Spain campus in Philadelphia at the cost in which we did.
Talk to us about what that is. What is the Veterans Village? What do you do there?
So Veterans Villages, we're a nonprofit organization, so a 501c3 organization that was founded a couple years ago as a result of the sense of urgency to house our nation's heroes. So they've done everything that they possibly could to secure our home front, and we believe that it is our responsibility to help them secure a home. And by doing so, we wanted to build safe, affordable, resilient, and respectable housing for our military veterans.
So they live in these in this
do.
village, and do they then have to find a job in the area, or how do they do that part of it?
So Veterans Villages, we actually qualified for VASH HUD. So essentially, they can use vouchers to help offset their rent costs, and we do have some military veterans that actually pay the rent from their own income. Some of them work and continue to work because we do have everyone from in their 30s all the way up into their 70s that reside at the Bernard Spain campus in Philadelphia.
Do you have other campuses as well?
This is our flagship campus. And what we're focused on right now is stabilizing the Philadelphia location. So we still have a gap that we have to cover as a result of those rising interest rates and the costs that impacted us from the supply chain woes from COVID. And then we will refinance and build our next one. It is our intention to continue to build these villages across the nation because of the housing insecurity crisis that is facing America right now, but especially our military veterans.
So where do you get funding? Is it just grassroots donations? Do you get any?
I'm so glad you asked that question because there are so many different ways to be able to fund a project like this, and we decided to go the private route, which meant that the Bernard Spain campus is actually named after Bernard Spain, and he was a military veteran with the U.S. Army. His family foundation, before he had passed away, donated $1 million in seed money to be able to get this off the ground. We raised an additional $400,000 privately to be able to secure the down payment, and then the rest came through a mini-perm loan that we are, of course, it's coming to expire this year that we're looking to refinance as well.
So Lisa, this is obviously a cause very near and dear to your heart. You told me you started your career with the Naval Air Systems Command. Your husband is retired, a retired Army official. Seems like this is a part of the family for you.
It is. It runs deep, and it's a part of our DNA. And everybody that serves with me on the board, we have military veterans that serve on our board of directors as well. Each and every one of us, we either have family members or have served in our nation's military. And for us, Veterans Day may be officially tomorrow, November 11th, but it's Veterans Day every day for us. Every single day we wake up with the hope and the strategy to find solutions for our military veterans in meeting their needs, and especially in their housing needs. And we have proven that we can do this with private funds. But how wonderful it would be if we had not only continue to have our individual donors, our corporate donors, but in addition to that, corporate sponsorships, partners in the construction industry, and government. Government could actually utilize us in their homelessness crisis that they face in their cities because we have a proven solution that this can be done. It can be done in such a rapid manner and safe manner so that we can get our veterans in affordable, safe, respectable, and resilient housing.
How can listeners help?
Well, they can go to our website at veteransvillages.org, so veteransvillages.org, and they can make a donation. They can sponsor an apartment for one of our military veterans. They can join our board of directors. They can become a partner in our mission. It takes a village to build a village, and so we need every single person to not only thank a veteran for their military service, but to step up to the plate and help us make this a reality for so many of our veterans who are facing housing insecurity and potentially homelessness. You know, there are many of our veterans that are couch surfing, and we want to be able to provide them with housing.
Lisa, thanks so much for coming in. Lisa Flaumer, their board director at Veterans Villages. This is Bloomberg. Let's get over to Lisa Mateo right now. She's got your company news.
Thanks. Trades handled by the world's largest bank in the globe's biggest market traveled across Manhattan on a thumb drive yesterday. Now, it happened after the U.S. unit of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China was hit by a cyber attack. Bloomberg's Gina Cernane says that hacks are becoming more common in the financial sector.
Yesterday, they announced that they are aware of an issue within their U.S. unit, and it seems that they've been attacked by a criminal gang that has been attacking a lot of financial services firms, actually. And so I think this is just more of a continuance. You know, we've seen a lot of cyber activity, and it seems like it's really escalating here to really impact markets and the financial services firms that are among the biggest in the world.
Lockbit, a criminal gang with ties to Russia, well, they're thought to be behind that hack. Another executive shakeup at Walgreens. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti has that story.
The chain's chief medical officer is leaving under new CEO Tim Wentworth, according to a memo viewed by Bloomberg News. The chief of staff to the CEO is also stepping down. Walgreens is cutting about 5% of its corporate workforce. That was in a different memo, but it's all part of a $1 billion cost savings plan.
Last month, Walgreens said it was taking a hard look at all of its projects. Shares right now, they're up just a fraction. And lads, you may also be able to get Amazon shopping done without leaving your social media feed. Yeah, Instagram and Facebook owner Meta Platforms is testing a new feature with Amazon that lets consumers buy products directly from the company's apps using their Amazon accounts. Right now, shares of Amazon up about 1.5%, Meta up about 2%. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Matt Miller here with Molly Smith in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio. Paul Sweeney is on assignment.
That's what we keep saying.
Yeah, we always joke.
We'll stick
about
with the
that
script.
a little
He's
bit.
on assignment.
He's on assignment. In any case, we still have a lot coming up for you, and I know it's Friday, but don't forget that there's a lot going on in Washington, and Sound On comes up after this program. Right now, let's go down to Washington, D.C. Nancy Lyons is there with your World National News. Nancy?
Thanks, Matt. Dozens are dead or wounded from an Israeli strike on outpatient clinics of Al-Shifa Medical Complex in Gaza City. This is according to Palestine Authority Radio. The Israeli military has said that Hamas's main military headquarters is located underground near that complex and has told the hospital to evacuate patients. Israel is now implementing 4-hour humanitarian pauses for such efforts. Francesca Albanese is UN Special Rapporteur on the Palestinian territories. She does not like what she sees from Israel and the United States.
There is a risk of genocide being committed against the Palestinian people. So it's extremely serious. And instead of stopping it, the U.S. are once again, resorting to curing the symptoms, like giving 4 hours to the people in Gaza to breathe.
Albanese, speaking with the Australia Broadcasting Corporation, also says relocating Palestinians to Egypt amounts to forcible transfer, which she says is wrong. Border security trumps wars in the Middle East and Ukraine in the latest Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll of swing state voters. We get more from Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson in Washington.
Now, a majority of them did say we want more funding for Israel and we want more funding for Ukraine, but 2/3 of them said we want funding for the border and to secure the U.S.-Mexico border and to do something about immigration.
Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson in the nation's capital. The poll also shows swing state voters trust former President Trump over President Biden to handle both wars by double-digit margins. SAG-AFTRA's National Board is reviewing a proposed labor deal today with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. If the board votes to approve the contract, it will then be sent to union members for ratification. The deal, which is still considered tentative, ended the 118-day actor strike Thursday morning. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back.
Nancy, thanks very much. Molly, do you care about Formula One?
Not so much Formula One, but I care about something that's going to be very near and dear to
Steak.
Formula
You
One.
care about steak.
I do.
So Peter Luger's Steakhouse is opening up in Las Vegas. Actually, it just opened up, I guess, about 10 days ago. But yeah, it'll be open when Formula One goes to Las Vegas, which is next weekend. Next weekend.
From Sunday.
November 19th is the race.
Yeah.
So
where do you care more about, the cars or the steak?
well, I care more about steak.
I know you care about cars.
I care about cars, but I find Formula One racing to be a little boring compared to MotoGP. Motorcycle racing is actual racing, so it's way better. But I do love Peter Luger's. I've only been there one time, but it was an amazing experience. Delicious steak. It's cash only, so you can't bring a card. But have you ever eaten there?
Oh, I have. I guess we could talk about this. That was the first time I got a little intoxicated in front of my mom. I was of age, but in Peter Luger's. And I had a rum and Coke, and I was like, oh, I got this. And it hit me hard real quick, and I had to take myself to the bathroom a few times, splash some water on my face, compose myself. I was like, oh, God, this is so embarrassing.
Was your mom disappointed?
I don't think she knew. Maybe she's listening right now, and she's finding this out for the first time. Hopefully not. But yeah, I mean, it was a great, obviously the steak far more memorable than the rum and Coke was. I mean,
It doesn't sound like
medium
it.
Rare.
But I do medium rare as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
the only way to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't be out here well done. I mean, you're killing the thing.
No, that's. I don't
Horrible.
even know if they allow that. I doubt they allow that. Apparently, Peter Luger's Las Vegas is replacing Rouse.
Yeah.
Which is like impossible to get into here in New York. But I guess it didn't go so well in Las Vegas, or
Yeah,
they just wanted to move on from
This is
there.
going to be a better bet in Sin City. I can feel it.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to it. I can go there, visit the Sphere, and then have a steak. Not so much for the racing, but I know that'll be a lot of fun as well. This is Bloomberg. Sound On starts now.
Now, From our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
1 week to a shutdown and no clear path to avoid one. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as most lawmakers head home for the weekend without a deal on spending. Never mind funding for Israel or Ukraine, though the Speaker of the House says he will drop a stopgap bill tomorrow. We're joined ahead to talk about it by Congresswoman Victoria Spartz. The Republican from Indiana grew up in Ukraine and will bring her unique view to the conversation in just a moment. Swing state voters more concerned about the border than threats from abroad. That according to new polling from Bloomberg and Morning Consult. We'll cover all these stories with our signature panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us for the hour. We start, as always, on Wall Street. Let's get to trading with an update right now from Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
We are looking at an update for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ. In fact, the best level of the day right now on the S&P. We're up 49 points. That is a gain of 1.1%. The Dow up 270, up 0.8%. The NASDAQ Composite Index now up 209 points. That is an advance of 1.5%. 10-year yield, 4.61% with a 2-year, now at 5.04%. Spot gold down just about 1% right now, 19.37 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.5%, 77.61 a barrel. Bottom line here, stocks are rebounding as Treasury volatility abates, with traders looking past a disappointing reading on consumer sentiment and the Fed's efforts to downplay the market's dovish bid. Consumers' long-term inflation expectations did increase in early November, the highest since 2011, while high rates and concerns about the economic outlook weigh on sentiment. Joanne Shu is Director of Surveys at the University of Michigan.
I think consumers are feeling much more apprehensive about the economy than they were just a few months ago. The sentiment numbers we saw today are the continuation of 4 consecutive months of declines, small declines, but still declines in sentiment. I think their long-term economic expectations for the economy are definitely deteriorating. And part of that is because of 2 wars in Gaza, a war in Ukraine, as well as apprehension over next year's election cycle.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Talks podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Plug Power, a hydrogen and fuel cell maker, has raised a going concern warning on the heels of a weak third quarter. The stock right now of that company, Plug Power, down 43%. Recapping stocks higher. S&P up 49, up 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, there he is. Charlie, thank you. And you can join us right now on YouTube. See Charlie in New York. We're here in Washington. Search Bloomberg Global News. I'm Joe Matthew in the nation's capital. Welcome to the Friday edition of Bloomberg Sound On. We do have a bit of news here. 7 days out. The government's set to shut down a week from today. Well, at midnight at least. And it appears Republican leadership in the House is set to drop a continuing resolution tomorrow. We're going to get actually a real look at what this stopgap measure includes, of course, aimed at avoiding a government shutdown. I asked the one person who got it right last time, Sarah Chamberlain, President CEO of the Republican Main Street Partnership, about whether the government would shut down in 1 week. Here's what she said. Remembering, Sarah was the only person who told us the government would not shut down last time when that was the conventional wisdom. Here she is from Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV.
I think in the very last moment we don't shut down, but I'm gonna sweat it more. Last time I was 100% confident from the beginning.
What was different?
This time I'm not. To be honest with you, I knew Kevin much better than I know the current speaker. So I had a lot of faith that Kevin would cut the deals. I don't know the current speaker at all, to be honest. But the Republican Main Street Partnership members are really pushing him because we're the ones that live in the bubble. We're the ones that will lose. We will lose the majority if the members lose, and they do not want government shutdown because all the polling shows it will be blamed on the Republicans.
We'll see 1 week from today, maybe we'll be playing that tape back, and that's where we begin our conversation with the Congresswoman from Indiana, Victoria Spartz, Republican, who has already announced her intention not to run for re-election and can speak freely, Congresswoman. I hope that's the case. Welcome back to Bloomberg. I wonder if you've had a chance to see this continuing resolution that we expect to drop tomorrow, and what's in it?
Well, I think we still have a kind of a discussion, but I always spoke freely, regardless if I run or not, because I truly believe we need to do it. So I'll tell you one thing. I think the discussions we have, and I'll be honest with you, no one is talking about shutting down the government. We are talking about it. How can we really force some appropriation processes, and how we want to make sure that we don't have a last second, omnibus from the Senate before Christmas, which has been done now for years, which does disservice to the people. And there is a way for us to find consensus on border security and have a debt commission. So maybe we have a better plan next year how to deal with crushing debt and inflation. I think it will be very hard, since we do have a position on the, from the Democrats in the Senate, for us to do some more heavy lifting. So it probably will be much easier, it's a much more simple resolution where it's going to be funding. I hope to more like mid-January, so we go over the holidays, so there is no pressure to do bad bills. Also, it hits 1% cut that was agreed, and also maybe adding Israel with some offsets. I think that is kind of discussions we have.
Okay, got it. Our reporting says that the speaker is looking at this idea of a laddered CR that would not be a whole bunch of deadlines, but in fact two. One group of appropriations bills expiring in January, the other in February. Does that sound like a plan to you?
Yeah, listen, it's an option. It makes it a little bit complicated for us to explain what it is, and it will make them for the Senate much, they will try to jam something, probably with mid-December, because that's the goal of the Senate, to jam something to us and right before Christmas to force everyone to vote for omnibus. So I think that's an option if we can try to do a two-tiered CR. One of them will go to mid-January, and there are some appropriations we already passed. And we really, in the Senate passed some too, but forced us to go into conference and actually have a true appropriation process where we try to agree, not govern through omnibuses. So that's, I think, the intent, and I think more Republicans are inclined to have this two-tier CR. We just need to decide with timing. So we need to make sure that they're not going to send us something last second before everyone leaves, and it's going to be something we don't want. So unfortunately, too much politics, but we'll see what majority of Republicans. I am open to do either one, as long as we're not doing something before Christmas.
Do you need to see cuts to vote yes?
Listen, if we actually go through January 15th or 19th, we actually already will have at least, modest 1% cut, which is better than Congress done for years now. So because we already, and during debt ceiling negotiation, we had a lot of people call it messy cut, because Congressman Massey trying to be realistic, because with inflation, even have 1% cut is already actually a huge cut, right? Considering our inflation, unfortunately. So I think that will do a cut. I think adding more stuff, maybe Israel with offsets, I think it will be very, very difficult. Some of my people do want to have border security. I personally big, proponent of debt commission, but it might have to be dealt a little bit later this year.
I want to ask you about that debt commission, and I'm glad that you brought that up. You actually threatened to resign from Congress a little over a month ago during the last funding debate. Specifically, you said if a debt commission was not passed this year. You said in a statement, quote, "There is a limitation to human capacity." Congresswoman, you said if Congress does not pass a debt commission this year to move the needle on the crushing national debt and inflation, at least at the next debt ceiling increase at the end of 2024, I will not continue sacrificing my children for this circus with a complete absence of leadership, vision, and spine. You write, I cannot save this republic alone. There's still no debt commission, Congresswoman. Will you resign still if one is not created?
Listen, we got much more progress, and it took me a while to move Kevin McCarthy in the right direction. Speaker Johnson, in his swearing-in speech, he actually brought this issue. So I'm glad to hear that he's understand to see these policies. But we just been working on the Senate, and since he was serious, we actually just had Senator Romney and Manchin and some other Democrat and Republican senators introducing it. Just yesterday, so the day before yesterday, they introduced it. So I think it's important, and we see some movement in the Senate on a bipartisan basis to be serious and have a genuine conversation. So we will see what is going to happen. I think it's border security and crushing debt. It's two major national securities issues. We've been neglected for a very long time, but I think they become serious enough if we don't start doing something and just continue doing politics, because people don't realize whatever we govern right now in the next few months, the rest of the year, everyone will be doing politicking and doing election campaigns and fundraising. So nothing serious is going to be happening legislatively. Let's just be honest. So we have to become adults in the room and do something in governing, not do politics and campaigning the right next day after the election. It's irresponsible.
You sound as passionate as ever, Congresswoman. Are you sure you want to resign?
But listen, I don't know if I'm going to, listen, I said, because I told Kevin, if he's not going to deal with serious issue, I said, I'm going to assess the situation, but I don't give up easily. I'm working very hard, and I think we're getting Senate in the direction too. So I listen, I had a lot of fights. Kevin was a nice guy, but he's definitely didn't like to govern. Mike Johnson is much better speaker on governing. He truly wants to deliver for the people on issues that shouldn't be partisan. Border security and debt should not be partisan issues. And I'm glad, I've been working extremely hard with the Senate, reaching out to all of the sides of the aisle myself. And I'm glad to see that Senate finally start moving a little bit.
We should note to our viewers and listeners that you voted against ousting Speaker McCarthy. Just for what it's worth, Congresswoman, I'd like to ask you about Ukraine. You, of course, grew up in Ukraine and have a unique view on this funding debate. You've made it clear that you support funding the war effort, but you also have suggested that you want to see accountability on how that money is spent. What would it look like? How would that accountability or audit be strong enough to satisfy you?
Well, I think first we need accountability, but also, accountability. A lot of money actually that's supposedly earmarked for Ukraine. They don't even go to Ukraine. They go to a lot of association causes, which became a slush fund, which kind of does disservice to these efforts. But also to make sure that we know what the strategy is, because President Biden tells one thing on TV, but his action has been slow working the aid and really been very weak, So, and you only can, deal with aggressors like Putin with weapons. And usually only 10 to 20% of money goes directly to weapons. The rest goes to some other things, and you cannot win the war. So he needs to be honest. What is his strategy and how the strategy and actions could be aligned together? And I think these are the conversations we need to ask, because we have a lot of issues. We have to deal with a lot of domestic issues, and we want to be strong abroad, because countries like Russia, China, or Iran causing a lot of headaches, and they're all after us. But we need to have strengths and strategy when we deal with stuff like that. And I think that's going to be a discussion, and President owes to Congress and American people to explain what's happening, and also to be more transparent and why it is in our national interest, because ultimately, we need to understand that all of these issues are going to be affecting us, and they're destabilizing the whole world. And what's happening in Israel is not by accident.
Can Ukraine win this war?
Ukrainian people, will eventually win this war, because, the millions of lives destroyed. It's a matter for them how many lives it will take, because millions of lives is already destroyed, hundreds of thousands of people already killed, families destroyed. I mean, country was through so much suffering. Now you have a very difficult situation to reconcile. And unfortunately, we not was decisive before the war, in the first year of the war, because in Russia now is being destabilized, and they're very good at hybrid warfare. They destabilize in Europe, Middle East, they mingling in Africa, making deal with Iran and China, and North Korea. I mean, they, listen, don't underestimate, the former KGB apparatus, how they're good at buying and, destabilizing. I mean, they try to destabilize us here too. And I think with social media, it's becoming even, and more, they have capabilities on that. And so I think it's important for us to, have peace through strength, to have a strong strategy, but also have an actions, because we need to have allies. We need to support our allies around the world, but we also need to make sure that we tough with aggressors, and we also need to make sure we deal with domestic issues first, because if we're not strong internally, it only benefit our adversaries.
Well, Bloomberg is reporting that advocates of aid to Ukraine are dangling a lot of dollars in front of lawmakers based on military contractors and other firms that are in their states. If you look at the potential windfall for companies like General Dynamics and Raytheon, now RTX, it might be difficult for lawmakers to say no to this, knowing that a lot of this money is going to stay here in the U.S., Congresswoman. Will Ukraine aid pass?
Well, listen, I think, and truly we actually, even we help, even though, United States will force Ukraine to give nuclear weapons and have a piece of paper. So, but regardless what it is, I actually prefer that we would have done it through Lend-Lease, where we actually not just give the money, but Ukrainian government is go always the money back. That would have been my preferred way to do it. And also we need to, show American people what a benefit it is and how it is, how important for Ukrainians to win that war. There are a lot of implications on that. So I don't think that's how people look at that. But I think on Ukrainian aid, unfortunately, we'll have to leverage some domestic issues. And that's a discussion Republicans have. We want to have tightened border security legislatively, because if we don't protect our border, and now what's happening with terrorism on the rise in the Middle East, it's becoming a serious issue. We will have a huge problem internally. So I think a lot of Republicans want better oversight, more clear strategy, but also have border security in return, of any foreign aid, and particularly Ukrainian aid.
Congresswoman, it's good to have you, and I appreciate your time today. Congresswoman Victoria Sparks, the Republican from Indiana, giving us a little bit of a sense about what we might see tomorrow when this continuing resolution is dropped by the Republican Speaker in the House and what might follow next week. We'll take a quick swing with our panel before a deeper dive ahead with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Jeannie, the laddered CR, we were told, was a non-starter for Democrats in the House and the Senate. Is this just another waste of time?
I think it is in the end going to be. We also heard that from some Republicans who are terribly concerned about this approach as well. Limited as we are in time, the smart thing to do is a clean CR. To waste time doing this walks us ever closer to what you were just talking about, which is a potential government shutdown that it is in everybody's interest to avoid. So I do think this is a problematic strategy, but one the new speaker feels like he has no choice but to pursue at this point.
We'll have more time for this, Rick, but do you see a shutdown in the cards in 1 week?
Yeah, very well could be. I mean, it's very unusual to not have any real clear indications from the speaker as to what form and substance the CR is going to take. Very hard to whip votes. I'm not getting any indication that he's aggressively even going out and whipping votes for this CR yet.
We're going to get into this in more depth with our political panel coming up, along with new polling data from Bloomberg and Morning Consult. As we get back to this issue of the border the Congresswoman was talking about for swing state voters, that's more important than threats from abroad. We'll get into that straight ahead on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. In fact, right now we are trading very close to session highs on the S&P. Stocks are rebounding. Treasury volatility is abating. And traders are looking past a disappointing reading on consumer sentiment and the Fed's efforts this week to downplay the market's dovish bid. So here's where we stand. We've got the S&P up 49, again, very close to session highs, and we are on track for a winning week. S&P up now by 1.1%. The Dow up 0.8%, higher by 264 points. Tech stocks outperforming today. NASDAQ up 1.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index, full of mega cap names, up by 1.8%. 10-year yield 4.62% with a 2-year at 5.04%. Gold tumbling $22 the ounce to $19.36, down 1.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 2.1%, $77.34 for a barrel of WTI. T. Rowe Price Group shares down 1.6% now. T. Rowe says clients will likely withdraw more than $26 billion in the fourth quarter, extending a streak of redemptions by investors ditching actively managed mutual funds for cheaper products or cash money market holdings. Again, recapping, stocks are higher with the S&P up 50 now, a gain of 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
The fastest show in politics as we skid into a weekend here without a plan in sight on avoiding a government shutdown just 1 week away. Though, as we were just talking about, I'm glad you joined us here on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. We are going to see a bill tomorrow. Speaker Johnson set to unveil his continuing resolution. We'll find out if it's laddered or not. And that is the idea here. Some of the appropriations would expire in January, others in February. And that would not avoid a 1% cut, as we discussed a little while ago with Congresswoman Spartz. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, and we've got our panel together, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, helping us understand what's going on here. The debate surrounding Ukraine funding, which is something that the Congresswoman supports, a native of Ukraine, born and raised in Ukraine before moving to this country and becoming a lawmaker. That tied with border funding, and we're going to talk quite a bit about that now. We've got new polling data from Bloomberg on the border. Is a non-starter for Democrats, at least for now. Remember Chuck Schumer, just a couple of days ago, on the Senate floor, calls it a poison pill.
A group of Senate Republicans released a proposal for border security that they want in exchange for Ukraine funding. And they know full well what they came up with is a total non-starter. Instead of putting together common sense border policies that can pass in divided government, Senate Republicans basically copy and pasted large chunks of the House's radical H.R. 2 bill.
And it's looking like Ukraine funding will not be part of a continuing resolution. This is going to take a minute. With no agreement between the two parties, or apparently the two chambers. Let's bring the panel in on this. Rick Davis, we've got numbers from Bloomberg and Morning Consult today. Swing state voters put border before Mideast and Ukraine conflicts. How does that inform for you the debate that we're about to hear, combining the border and Ukraine?
Yeah, it was only about 3 weeks ago that we were talking about the border funding being actually a drag on some of this supplemental spending. But if I'm a Democrat and I'm looking at 2024 and the kind of numbers we've seen in the Bloomberg poll out today, that I'm going to jump on board the funding for border in a minute, in no time at all, because if they're not seen as being productive, if they're not seen as being protective, if they don't look like they are trying to ensure border integrity for the United States, they're going to get punished in 2024, because this is an issue that has only gotten stronger as more people come across the border.
The numbers are hard to deny here, Jeannie. About 3 times as many voters said immigration is their top issue in the 24 presidential contest as those who said the same about the Israel-Hamas war. 68% of respondents in the Bloomberg Morning Consult poll, and we had a sample of almost 5,000 people, say they approve of funding for border protection, a larger share than the 61% who back aid to Israel, and the 58% who favor aid to Ukraine. You can see the chart here if you're with us watching on YouTube. So I could ask you this in a couple of different ways, Jeannie. Do you agree with Rick, for starters, Democrats need to get on board, or is it more nuanced than that? Do Democrats need to start delineating between the so-called border and immigration policy, because they're two very different things?
You know, if you look at the package that the president put forward and has supported, it does have funding in there for the border, for Taiwan, for Israel, and for Ukraine. So, you know, they do that. $106 billion does include that. And I have long said, and this poll, the numbers are very big, to your point. 7 out of 10 Americans in this poll, registered voters in these swing states, importantly, supporting or approving funding for border protection. That is no surprise. Look at the results on Tuesday. Democrats did well on the issue of abortion, but you look at my home state of New York and you see some bright spots for Republicans. The Suffolk County executive race, the biggest executive race or the biggest county in the country, Republicans won, and they won it on the back of border security immigration issues. And that is going to repeat itself across the country. Crime and security will always best foreign policy in the minds of voters unless we have boots on the ground. So since we don't, it's always going to best that in the minds of voters and come in, you know, a close second to something like the economy. So this is no surprise. The administration and Democrats have got to get a handle on it. People, this is their daily lives experience. In New York City, 100,000 people came into the city and the shelters are overwhelmed. That is just one city. That's where people are living. They don't feel like we have the ability to sustain that without federal action on this issue that we've been waiting for decades to get federal action on. So yes, they should absolutely take this opportunity to fund the border with Israel and with Ukraine and Taiwan.
Let's look at these states here. It's Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Michigan, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. This is why it's more important, frankly, than a national poll, so we can really zero in here on the results. Rick, Donald Trump leads Joe Biden 47% to 41% across the 7 states in this poll. Are we done with this conventional wisdom that Trump is the one man Biden can beat?
Yeah, I think that this kind of blows that out of the water. Bloomberg poll of a month ago actually had Trump at 47 also, but it had Biden at 43. So it's actually a couple point down for Biden. So Democrats have to wake up and realize they're in a fight. Where's the Biden campaign? What ads are they running right now? Positive ads about Joe Biden. I mean, this idea that they were somehow enthusiastic about Donald Trump being the Republican nominee against them is juvenile. I mean, it doesn't actually portend a good outcome for Biden based on these polls. And so I'm actually amazed that there's not more of a fight right now going on with the Biden campaign. You know, I was told just the other day they're not even polling. So why would they even know if not for Bloomberg, you know, that they're in a horse race?
Well, we're doing what we can here. Jeannie, are you growing worried about numbers like this? You remember, we've been hearing this for months and months. Just don't, you know, we don't want Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley because they might win. We want a rematch with Donald Trump. Is that flawed thinking?
You know, I don't think so. And I'm going to surprisingly take exception. Ad Impact just came out. The Biden campaign has spent $39 million to date on advertising for 24. That is much more than the 2 previous presidents. So they are out there talking. They are out there spending. He was just in Illinois yesterday. More importantly, We all talk all the time about the fact that you can't combine these states. Let's not look at this 47% number. Let's look at these states individually. The numbers are better for Trump than Democrats would like, but it is in 5 of the 7 states that they are within a margin of error. So
yeah,
yes,
they're tied
Trump
in Michigan, Jeannie. To your point, that is correct.
Well, I would even say, yeah, tied not only in Michigan, 5 states when you look at the margin of error. So, you know, to say Trump is ahead in 6 of those states is a misnomer, because it's in 5 of those states that they are within a margin of error. The margin of errors in polls matter. When we don't tell people that, they expect that these numbers are solid, and they are not. They are a probability, and they are within a margin. That said, I am the biggest, skeptic on some of this stuff and very pessimistic. The campaign has got to focus on the economy as much as possible, but more importantly on the messenger. People are terribly concerned about Joe Biden's age. They have got to do what they can on that. And I don't think we can separate out those two. And by the way, I would take Biden over Trump with 94 indictments and facing criminal charges over the next year, any day of the week, even though he does have an age issue that he's got to contend with, and inflation as well.
Yeah, I'm sure you would, Jeannie. That would have been news if you said differently. I appreciate the perspective that you bring here. That's why you're both with us. But this is not the layup, clearly, that a lot of people have been making it out to be, to Rick Davis's point. Great conversation on the poll, and you can read a lot more about it on the terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. We're doing this every month with Morning Consult. Next hour, in fact, we're going to have the deep dive on the numbers with Eli Yoakley from Morning Consult, so I hope you'll be with us at 2 o'clock Washington time for that. As we spend time with our panel, let's get up to date on things. World and national news now with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. Well, consumer sentiment has reached a 6-month low in the University of Michigan's latest survey.
Consumers expect more inflation ahead, Joanne Su, the survey's director, said in a Bloomberg interview. But also,
consumers are really being weighed down by high interest rates, increasingly telling us that buying conditions for cars, for homes, for durable goods are really terrible because of high borrowing costs. Most of the decline in sentiment that we're seeing right now is among younger consumers, lower income consumers.
Su said that even though the price of gasoline has moderated, consumers expect it will start rising again. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Israel's ground operation in Gaza is focusing on Gaza City's main hospital, under which Israeli officials say Hamas has hidden a command center. Palestine Authority radio reports dozens of people were killed or wounded by Israeli airstrikes on part of that medical complex. Bloomberg Markets spoke with Mick Mulroy about the latest wave of fighting. He's a Marine who is co-founder of the Lobo Institution and now serves as a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute.
We're going to see an increasingly violent fight in Gaza City. It's already started, but it's far from over. And that objective of the Israeli Defense Forces is to destroy Hamas. And that can only be done up close and personal.
Mick Mulroy, who also served as a CIA paramilitary officer. Next Wednesday is now the date set for a meeting between President Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping. They face differences over the wars in Ukraine and Gaza and also disagree on technology and U.S. support for Taiwan. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are pushing higher, and the S&P 500 index has just broken through the key 4,400 mark. Right now, we've got the S&P at 4403, up 56 points, up 1.3%. Worth repeating, best level of the day as stocks continue to push higher. The Dow up almost 300 points, now up by 0.9%, actually up 304 on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Nasdaq up 243. That is a gain of 1.8%. The Nasdaq 100 index, full of those big mega cap names, doing a little bit better. That index up now by just about 2%. We've got the 10-year now yielding 4.62% with a 2-year at 5.05%. Gold down $23 the ounce to $19.35, a drop there of 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude 77.31 a barrel. WTI up now by just about 2.1%. So stocks are rebounding as Treasury volatility eases. Traders looking past a disappointing reading on consumer sentiment and the Fed's efforts to downplay the market's dovish bid. Apple is set to challenge the European Union's fresh crackdown on big tech's dominance in the first of what is expected to be several appeals against the Digital Markets Act. Right now, we have got Apple shares gaining by 1.9%. Well, next week, we will be getting a key reading on the health of the consumer with retail sales out on Wednesday, along with earnings with such big names as Walmart and Home Depot. Dana Peterson is chief economist at the conference
I think
board.
consumers are feeling much more apprehensive about the economy than they were just a few months ago. The sentiment numbers we saw today are the continuation of 4 consecutive months of declines, small declines, but still declines in sentiment. I think their long-term economic expectations for the economy are definitely deteriorating. And part of that is because of 2 wars in Gaza, a war in Ukraine, as well as apprehension over next year's election cycle.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Again, recapping here, worth repeating, the S&P 500 index now at 4405. It is on track for a winning week. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
And so they will finally meet at last. President Biden, President Xi. Next week, as the headline screams on the terminal, Biden, Xi set to meet November 15 at the sidelines of the APEC summit. We knew that was a possibility, but the confirmation here is important. God knows they have been winding up to this one for a while. Let's go all the way back to June. Remember that little balloon that was floating over Montana? They were supposed to meet around that time as well, and that certainly delayed things. This was Joe Biden on the 22nd of June.
We had an incident that caused some confusion, you might say. But the Secretary Blinken had a great trip to China. I expect to be meeting with President Xi sometime in the future, in the near term, and I don't think it's had any real consequence.
We'll see about that. It's been a challenged relationship, as we've discussed in great detail here on Sound On and across the platform here on Bloomberg. Think about what's happening with the chips, with NVIDIA, with Apple. Never mind the drills that we've been seeing in the South China Sea, the building of military installations around the global South. Great concern here in Washington about the way forward with China. Haven't even mentioned Taiwan. Let's reassemble the panel for their thoughts on this and the stakes ahead for this meeting. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick, November 15, I suspect the administration will keep expectations as low as possible. Is this an icebreaker at this point? Just a chance to be in the same room, or can they get something done?
Yeah, there's no question that they need to break the ice. I mean, relations could not be more poor than they are today. I mean, most pundits would argue that we're in a full-fledged Cold War with China. And so this may be the first time that these two leaders get together under those kinds of circumstances. And I would say that I think the Biden administration's expectations are rightfully low. I mean, it's pretty bad when you say one of the top things you want to get out of it is the ability to communicate. Nah, I don't get that. I mean, like, communicate what? Well, we want to have military conversations. That's it? I mean, what happened with the Uyghurs? Where are we with, military incursions in the South China Sea? I mean, there are a lot of issues to discuss, but just discussing as a priority seems a little weak.
So the goal again, and this has been the goal in the past with these two, Jeannie, I suspect, is to get to another meeting. This is someone Joe Biden referred to as a dictator a couple of months ago. How much can they get along here?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Their first face-to-face in over a year, and relations have been incredibly fraught. And of course, to your point, everything that happened surrounding the balloon and the way the United States responded didn't help. And in the meantime, of course, we have what's happening in the Middle East, and we also have the continuation of what's happening in Europe. And you find the United States and China deeply divided and on both sides of those issues. And so there is so much for them to discuss. It is frightening that they have not done that in over a year. So communication is critically important, but arguably it's not enough. And I think the White House, they are right. They're not going to expect anything big out of this policy-wise, but hopefully they set up, to your point, for increased communication, and not just with people below the two presidents, but with the leaders themselves, because we've seen a lot of back and forth, particularly people from the United States, Blinken, Yellen, others, going over to China. We need to have these leaders meeting in the way they are next week, and we need to have them addressing some of these critical issues that are dividing us. As Yellen just said, these ties are critically important to us and to the world, and they need to be shored up in a substantive way going forward.
Mm-hmm. Rick, to Jeannie's point, it's been over a year. Last time these two sat down or spoke was at the G20, Bali. That was November of 2022. What does it say to us that she is actually crossing the ocean to come here this time? Because we know that he has hardly left the country since the beginning of COVID.
Yeah, I would argue that it's probably a higher priority for him these days than it is for us. Failing economy, all kinds of foreign policy issues barking at his doors, failed relationships with Russia over the Ukraine war. I mean, he's got some issues. And I think it's probably important for him to try and turn the page on U.S. relations, because any kind of thing that would upset trade relations with U.S. right now could have a really bad salutary effect on Chinese economy, which he does not need right now.
Last time she was on U.S. soil, Jeannie, was 2017. Remember the setting? Mar-a-Lago. How does Joe Biden follow up on the venue here? We haven't been told where exactly they will meet other than the San Francisco Bay Area.
Yeah, it will not match the opulence of Mar-a-Lago. There will be no Donald Trump portrait in the room. He's not going to Rehoboth Beach, but it'll be substantive nonetheless. San Francisco is a beautiful place to be. They can find a great venue. But I think the most important thing, it's stunning to think 2017, before most people in the United States were even thinking about or ever heard about COVID, how much has happened in the world. And that's why this meeting is so important. And given how this was questionable, whether this would in fact take place, the fact that we hear it will definitely take place is critically important. Mar-a-Lago or not, they'll have to, go without Donald Trump being the DJ at Mar-a-Lago for a little bit.
Come on, that's not fun. Rick, I've only got 30 seconds here, but would you contrast Mar-a-Lago and make this the most stark setting possible? Maybe serve, Subway sandwiches or something?
I don't think you have to downplay it that much, but just being in San Francisco is pretty stark. It's not like that city's at the top of its game. Hopefully she won't get carjacked.
I was waiting for it. Jeannie, don't worry. We'll be back with some final thoughts with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. There are still beautiful places in San Francisco. Come on. I watch Bloomberg Technology. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pettit. Honda is going to hike the pay of some of its U.S. employees by 11% following the UAW's historic contract victories. The car makers unionized Detroit competitors. This, according to a company memo seen by Bloomberg. A Honda spokesperson has confirmed the pay raise. Shares of Honda Motor, the ADRs, they're up now by 2.1%. Apple is set to challenge the European Union's fresh crackdown on big tech's dominance in the first of what is expected to be several appeals against the Digital Markets Act. And with more on the story, here's Bloomberg's Denise Pellegrini.
Charlie, the company will dispute the EU regulator's decision to put all of the App Store into the bloc's new digital antitrust list. Sources say Apple will also argue its iMessage service shouldn't be subjected to closer scrutiny from regulators. Now, this move by Apple could set the stage for yet another legal standoff between the world's biggest tech company and the EU. Apple is battling EU lawyers in a dispute over alleged unpaid taxes in Ireland, and Apple also faces separate EU antitrust probes into its tap-and-pay technology and into its treatment of music streaming rivals such as Spotify technology. Charlie.
And that's Denise Pellegrini reporting. Apple shares up now by 1.2%. Wall Street looking at a busy week ahead for economic data, along with reports on consumer prices and retail sales. We'll also be hearing from big retailers, including Walmart, Target, and Home Depot. Those are our top company stories. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We're live from Washington, where we'll add Kaylee Lyons to the conversation in just 5 minutes, and some final thoughts ahead from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano to carry you into your weekend. First, world and national news. Nancy Lyons joins from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. A government shutdown is just days away, and we're waiting for the proposal from the new House Speaker. He's expected to release it tomorrow. Nathan Dean is senior policy analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence.
There's really two options on the table. One is a clean continuing resolution. This other idea, and this is the one that I think he's going to go with initially, is this idea of a laddered continuing resolution, so that he would extend funding for certain agencies to, say, January 15th, and then funding for other agencies to February 15th. So then you would have a rolling set of potential government shutdowns, depending on which agency you're impacted by.
Again, Nathan Dean with Bloomberg Intelligence. Some are critical of Speaker Johnson for sending lawmakers home on a long weekend while he speaks at a conservative conference in Paris. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has set up a vote on another temporary stopgap government funding bill for next week. Well, there's been a new development in Donald Trump's classified documents trial. We get more on that from Bloomberg's Nathan Hager.
This is over the classified documents case at Mar-a-Lago. U.S. District Judge Aileen Cannon has declined to postpone the May 20th trial date, but she did set a hearing for March 1st, so Trump can get more time to challenge the indictment, and so prosecutors can argue for keeping classified documents away from the defense. Judge Cannon says given the evolving complexities of the case, Trump and his co-defendants deserve more time to prepare, but she says it's premature to say whether a later trial date will be necessary. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The Grammy nominations are out, and SZA leads the pack with 9. That's her Kill Bill that's up for Record of the Year, Song of the Year, and Best R&B Performance. The majority of leading nominees are women and include superstars like Taylor Swift, Billie Eilish, Miley Cyrus, and Olivia Rodrigo. In both the Record and Album of the Year categories, though, the only man represented is Jon Batiste. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Blue.
Right, Nancy, thank you. As we consider Joe Biden's visit to the UAW outside of Chicago yesterday, in a moment that took place that he could probably not have prepared himself for. Sometimes spontaneity is what wins the day in politics. Or is it humor? Is humor the only asset Joe Biden has to combat this whole age problem? I'm going to bring in Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Listen to Joe Biden as he's speaking in this address, and something comes crashing down on the other side of the room. Here's how he handled it.
They just need to be given a shot, a fair shot and a fair wage. That's not too much to ask. You okay? I want the press to know that wasn't me.
Okay, big round of applause. In fact, it went on for so long I had to fade it out. And it made me think of course, the ultimate example of this was in the debate in 1984, Ronald Reagan against Walter Mondale. He was asked if his age would be a factor if he served another term.
I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit for political purposes my opponent's youth and inexperience.
Another round of applause and laughter. Jeannie Shanzano, is that the deal, the lesson for Joe Biden, just make him laugh?
That's right. I think age is, something that we all have to use humor to combat. It's really the only thing we all have at our disposal to combat it, because what else can you combat it with? So very, very well done on Joe Biden's part, although, Ronald Reagan was much younger when he made that, but Biden doesn't want to take it right now.
That's a fair point. You were there, Rick. I think you worked on that campaign. Is there not a lesson here for Joe Biden?
Yeah, I was there at the debate, and I did work on his campaign. Shows you how old I am. And I just think the more we can laugh about Joe Biden's age, the better off we all are.
Oh, God. Man, he's always ready. Speaking of spontaneity, I don't know how they do it, but it's our benefit always to have Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano with us. Bloomberg Politics contributors, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Kaylee's on the way in next. Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
From our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Two major stories that we're following here developing before our eyes.
What does it say about Trump's influence on the Republican Party?
What can the Biden administration do on its own to support Israel?
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
The Republican caucus is at war with itself.
Members of Congress would have a press conference every day if somebody would cover that.
There is bipartisan support for Israel.
This is one of the big ones we only see once every decade or 2 decades in the Middle East.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
1 week to a shutdown and no clear path to avoid one. We'll get to the politics around funding the government as swing state voters tell us they care more about the border than what's happening in Israel or Ukraine. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On with fresh polling out from Bloomberg and Morning Consult showing voters' priorities in the swing states that will decide the election may not bring great news for Joe Biden. We'll take a deep dive with Eli Yoakley, political analyst at Morning Consult, and with Bloomberg's own Gregory Cordy. Later, Senator Tommy Tuberville standing by the blockade, even as Democrats try to move around him in the latest efforts on the floor. We'll discuss with retired Brigadier General Mark Kimmett, and we'll spend some time later this hour with our friend David Weston, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week. Speaking of Wall Street, we get to the markets right now. An update on trading in New York. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. S&P 500 index now at 4403, a key technical mark. On track for another day of gains. Also on track for a second winning week in a row. This after last week's 5.9% jump for the S&P 500 index. Right to the numbers here. We've got the S&P up 56 points, a gain of 1.3%. Worth repeating, the S&P above 4,400. Dow Industrials up 311, up 0.9%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 242, up 1.8%. And the NASDAQ 100 Index now up 300 points. That is a gain of 2%. Bottom line here, stocks are rebounding as Treasury volatility eases. Traders are looking past that disappointing reading on consumer sentiment this morning, as well as the Fed's efforts to downplay the market's dovish bid. 10-year yield 4.61% with a 2-year 5.04%. Gold down $21 the ounce to $19.35. That is a drop right now of 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude an up day here higher by $1.63 the barrel, up 2.1%, 77.37 right now on WTI. So it is an up day for the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, 10-year yield 4.61%. Troy Gajewski is Chief Market Strategist at FS Investments, and he's got this advice for investors.
Most of your positioning should be in what we refer to as Northwest Quadrant strategies, the Fisher Frontier, where you have lower vol, you're maturely accepting consistent returns. So, there's a few areas we've been focused on heavily. One would be prepayment sensitive RMBS, because given where yields are today, there's going to be incredibly low refi activity, really, as far as I can see. So that's one area you're getting attractive carry. Spreads are relatively wide. We're not counting on spreads to tighten anytime soon until at least the Fed stops QT, which won't happen until recession.
And you can hear more of that conversation on the Surveillance Podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Apple is set to challenge the EU's fresh crackdown on big tech's dominance in the first of what is expected to be several appeals against the Digital Markets Act. Apple shares, they're up by 2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Welcome to Hour 2 of Bloomberg Sound On. Welcome to Friday.
Yes.
It was I had a grueling 3-day work week. And I don't know, Kaylee, the shorter the weeks are, the longer they feel. I'll never understand it.
I agree with that. But also every single week feels like a month or two in and of itself.
Yeah.
So, time means nothing to me anymore.
Well, especially when you're Kaylee Lyons and you host 4 shows a day and do all that while you're sick. But hey, welcome to Friday. It's good to see you. We have new polling data.
Yes.
Pretty fresh, too. This broke on Balance of Power less than, what was it, 24 hours ago?
21 hours ago.
Thank you. And it is making a dent here because we spend a lot of time obsessing over national polls that, frankly, don't mean a lot. And boy, when you look at the swing states here, we did this a month ago. This is the update now, whether it's Arizona or Georgia, we're looking at some real struggles for Joe Biden, not only on the horse race, but specifically when it comes to issues. They're arguing about, we talk about it every day, funding for Israel and Ukraine, whether that would be tied with border funding. Swing state voters care much more about the security at our border than they do anything going on the other side of the world.
Yeah, that's what the poll shows. 68% of voters in these swing states would rather fund the border or are supportive of funding border security on the border with U.S. and Mexico versus, say, Israel or Ukraine funding. And that is problematic potentially for a president who has really tried to be a America's back president, a foreign policy president, a globalist in a way that is quite opposite to the former president who was much more of an isolationist in Donald Trump. And yet this poll also shows that they trust Trump more than Biden on a lot of these foreign policy issues.
Yes. And in terms of the horse race, are we going to finally dispel of this idea that Donald Trump is the one man Joe Biden can definitely beat and not worry so much about who might come in second? Because when you put these together as an aggregate, it's 47-41, a wider gap that Donald Trump holds over Joe Biden than even a month ago.
Yes, and I think given the consistency here that it's showing up not just in this Bloomberg Morning Consult poll, but in a lot of other polling as well, I think that notion might have to be put to bed, at least for the time being, given what we are seeing consistently in voters' opinions.
So we set the table here. Let's bring in the experts. Eli Yoakley is with us, political analyst at Morning Consult. Eli, welcome back here in Washington at the table with us. Gregory Cordy, Bloomberg Politics reporter. It's great to have you both here. Gregory was distilling the numbers on the terminal. Eli helped to generate them to begin with our partners at Morning Consult. And Eli, I'll start, I guess, with that very same question. There was some argument about it last hour here on Bloomberg, and Republicans and Democrats clearly don't agree on this. But Joe Biden can't claim that Donald Trump is the one person he can beat any longer, can he?
This race is neck and neck. Probably not. I mean, even when you add in the independent candidates like RFK Jr. and Cornel West, the race is a head-to-head contest in most of these states. Clearly, Joe Biden is struggling with the kinds of voters who voted for him in 2020. I mean, one of the most striking things in this survey is his 2020 voters are less likely to say they support him today than Donald Trump's are. He has a problem with his Democratic base that is weighing him down on all sorts of questions.
Well, and Gregory, that might not be his only problem. I know you spent a lot of time buried in this data trying to distill it. And isn't it what it shows that things that the president is spending a lot of his energy on, say meeting with Xi Jinping next week, pushing for funding for Israel and Ukraine, are just not the things that voters care as much about?
Yeah, as president, you can't always pick your issues that come to you, right? The buck stops here, and when it comes to issues like the Israel-Hamas war or the Ukraine-Russian war, that's an issue that the president's got to deal with. When presidents do have a choice, they generally like to wait until their second terms to take on foreign policy. It's a legacy project because they've already survived that re-election effort. And here you have President Biden being forced to deal with issues on the world stage while U.S. voters, especially in these swing states that we've surveyed, are still very much focused on the economy inflation is still the number one issue within that economy issue group. And foreign affairs ranks way down the list of issues that voters care most about.
You talk about border security. How about when it comes to the economy? This is still the overriding issue that's going to decide this election, is it not?
Look, the economy is always the issue.
Sure.
It's become a political cliche. The old, was it Jim Carville or George Stephanopoulos line?
James Carville.
It's Carville. It's the economy, stupid.
Sure.
And it's still the economy,
and our
stupid.
poll
It's
a
always
month
the
ago
economy,
reinforced
stupid.
that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And especially when times are bad. When times are good, people have the luxury more so to argue about social issues and foreign policy and other things. When the economy is bad, it's the only issue. And voters are telling us that the economy is bad. Now, we might look at economic indicators and say, well, look, the unemployment rate is still near historic lows. Right. The inflation rate is coming down now. It was very high, but it's on a downward trajectory. Voters aren't feeling that quite yet. They still feel like this is an economy that hasn't quite recovered from the pandemic, and they're blaming Joe Biden. Why? Because he's the president of the United States. When you're the president of the United States, whether you cause the issue or not, you're accountable for fixing it.
But you made the point as well that if the economy was bad, we wouldn't probably be obsessing over all these other issues. Isn't that, Kaylee, then its own indicator?
I guess. That makes sense to you, Gregory?
I'm sorry.
Did I twist that around? If the economy is good.
Yes. Yes.
Then
that
people
gives
may have
we
more.
can get upset about a lot of things.
Yeah.
But if it's not, then it just speaks to the issues that we're discussing in this poll.
Yeah. Well, so one of the things that you're hearing from the Biden campaign in the White House is an emphasis on issues like abortion. We saw that this week with the elections in Virginia and Ohio that in some ways were considered a referendum on that issue. And in those places where abortion was on the ballot, either literally or by proxy, Democrats did very well. And so, yes, we're going to see in the next year Joe Biden continuing to go back to that issue because it is one that motivates Democratic voters.
Eli, to bring you back in the conversation here, we're talking about what motivates Democratic voters and Republican voters. And of course, we're looking at the poll here and what is presumed to be who the tickets on either side is going to be. It's going to be Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. And yet there is room here for third parties. And that was evident in this poll as well. RFK Jr. getting what, 10%? Could that get even more disruptive potentially?
I mean, I think some of that is people just being unhappy with the candidates they have right now. I mean, a good chunk of voters, like 10%, support RFK. Another share say they'd back somebody else. Both sides of the aisle are not thrilled about their nominees, despite the fact that Joe Biden and Donald Trump lead their respective primaries by a lot. But, clearly there is some unease in the electorate about re-elevating these people. But at the end of the day, I mean, this contest between the two candidates the American people have is going to be a close one. And I think that this survey proves that.
We're spending some time with Eli Yoakley at Morning Consult and Gregory Cordy here at Bloomberg, looking over our polling results here. Jeannie Shanzano, Eli, in our last hour, our Democratic analyst who's an expert on polling, a political science professor, took some issue with this idea of producing an aggregate number from swing states, many of which were within the margin of error. Is there some truth to that?
I mean, maybe, but we look at the specific states and the numbers are all pretty similar. I mean, both Joe Biden in each of the states that we surveyed does not have voters' trust to handle a range of issues. The economy is clearly the top issue. The Israel issue ranks pretty low in all of the states, and Joe Biden is almost losing in most of these states.
And to that point, Gregory, on Israel ranking very low, I believe 3% of those that were surveyed said that was a top issue for them going into this election, especially given the ongoing conversations on Capitol Hill about how Israel should be funded, what conditions may be tied to it, whether or not Ukraine should continue to get funding at all. Results like these theoretically could give members of Congress some cover in not supporting that, right?
Yeah, so these numbers on Israel, on Ukraine, on the border, complicate Joe Biden's life in two ways. One is he's trying to get this $106 billion supplemental spending bill through Congress, and he's doing that by trying to give a little bit to everybody. He wants to include Ukraine aid, Israel aid, and the border. And there are majorities or at least pluralities of Americans in these swing states that support each one of those, but sometimes they're different majorities in each one of these areas. So you have Republicans that are very much split over Ukraine. Republicans very much want to support Israel, but on Israel, that's where Biden starts to lose some of his own Democratic base. The more progressive you are, the younger you are, some minority groups are disproportionately opposed to supporting Israel. And Biden thinks he should be doing more to help civilians in Gaza. And so if those voters are disillusioned by Biden going into 2024, they're not going to vote for Trump, but maybe they stay home. Biden's got a difficult balancing act here, especially college campuses. This is a big issue, as we've seen.
Does it grease the skids, though, Eli, on getting Ukraine funding passed? If it needs to come with border security funding, more Democrats might be on board with this idea when they see numbers like these.
I mean, funding the border is very popular across party lines. This is an issue that kind of unites the American people, and it's one that President Biden performs very, very poorly on. He needs to get a border win on the immigration issue. If he can keep these things together, perhaps that could work. The problem is this Ukraine issue is now politically divisive. Republicans on Capitol Hill see no real motivation to work with him on this, at least in the House. He's also, some Senate Republicans are with him, but this is going to be a big lift on Capitol Hill. And this survey, I think, suggests that focusing on Israel and the border may be the path forward for now.
And of course, we have to keep in mind that this survey was completed as it was set to be released before we got the news that Senator Joe Manchin is not seeking re-election in 2024. Obviously, could be problematic for the Democratic Party in terms of keeping a majority in the Senate, as that seat may very well go to a Republican. It shifts the math. Right. But also this idea that, okay, maybe we really are going to get a unity ticket from No Labels, and maybe very well we could see Joe Manchin on it. Eli, has Morning Consult done work on what No Labels could actually see in terms of support if they were to decide to run a candidate? I think that might be showing up in some of the someone else we have here. There's clearly a chunk of the electorate that is open to it. I think the way we've thought about it more is thinking about the Senate map. I mean, Joe Manchin leaving the Senate makes it a huge lift for Democrats to try to move forward with a Senate majority. They're on tough turf in all of the competitive states right now. Joe Manchin was losing his popularity in West Virginia. The Republican nominee is one of the most popular governors. The man who's going to be the Republican nominee probably is one of the most popular governors in the country. He was probably going to lose that race. And so this is going to be a big lift for Senate Democrats moving forward.
You went there, Kaylee, so let's go there to the video, Joe Manchin from yesterday.
I will not be running for re-election to the United States Senate. But what I will be doing is traveling the country and speaking out to see if there is an interest in creating a movement to mobilize the middle and bring Americans together.
A movement to mobilize the middle, Gregory, what would that look like?
Here's the issue with that is that there's no money in moderation, right? Joe Manchin gets some of the lowest proportions of small dollar donors to his Senate campaign of any senator in the country. Because if you're a small dollar donor, what do you get excited about? You get excited about Ted Cruz or Elizabeth Warren. There's not a lot of passion in the middle, and that's one of the big challenges that No Labels is going to have, that Joe Manchin is going to have. Maybe it's Larry Hogan or a Chris Sununu, a moderate Republican, Mitt Romney. Who are the people who are going to go out and circulate signatures on a petition to get Joe Manchin on the ballot in 50 states? I'm sure they exist, but look, we have a two-party system, and under our system, you win a party primary, you automatically advance to 50 state ballots. When you're an independent like Joe Manchin, you've got to start that process from scratch, and it's getting late in the game. Ross Perot did it; he was the last person to do it. And we're seeing, I think, the highest watermark for these independent and third-party candidates that we've seen in 30 years. Wow. But it's still quite the lift.
You're going with Mitt Romney, huh? Manchin,
I just
Romney.
Threw it out there.
I mean, you're not the first to suggest it. They put up that debt commission bill together yesterday. Same day he made the announcement. Eli Oakley at Morning Consult. Thank you, Eli. Thanks, as always, to Gregory Cordy. With Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. Another up day, and the S&P now at 4407, up by 1.4%. So the S&P 500 index crossing that key 4400 mark, which is seen by some chartists as a resistance level that would pave the way for more gains if crossed. Stocks are extending their November rally as Treasury volatility eases. Traders are looking past disappointing consumer sentiment data and the Fed's efforts to downplay the market's dovish bid. Here's where we stand. The 10 years at 4.61%, with the 2-year at 5.04%. Spot gold right now is moving lower by $21 the ounce to $19.36, down by about 1.1%. Crude up 2.5%. West Texas Intermediate at $77.62 a barrel. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P again, best level of the day, up now by 60 points, up by 1.4%. The Dow's up 1%, higher by 329 points, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 255 points, up now by 1.9%. Honda Motor will hike the pay of some of its American employees by 11% following the UAW's historic contract victories at the carmaker's unionized Detroit competitors. This, according to a company memo seen by Bloomberg, and a Honda spokesperson is confirming the pay raise. Honda's ADR is up now by 2.1%. So an update for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. S&P above 4,400. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from Washington, where the blockade against military promotions is still in place, and it has been for 9 months. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines. Kaylee, this, of course, comes down to one man, a lone senator, the coach, Tommy Tuberville, the senator from Alabama. He's 9 months into this thing, and we're looking at somewhere in the area of 370 military promotions that are on ice in his protest of the abortion travel policy at the Pentagon.
Yeah, a policy that has affected a much smaller number than the number of members of the military who've had their promotions held up at this point. So it becomes a question of where the off-ramp is and at what point we ultimately reach it. There was obviously a meeting within the Republicans in the Senate earlier this week about potential end games, what would need to happen in order to get around this or for Tommy Tuberville to be satisfied. Just still not exactly clear what that is, if that is achievable. And in the meantime, there are a lot of individuals, including Democrats, that are looking at workarounds.
Democrats, even Republicans, Joni Ernst, bring, so that the idea is fine then. You don't want to pass them in a block. We'll bring them individually, one by one, on the Senate floor. And that's what Tim Kaine thought he would try yesterday. He said, all 363 of them, if I don't run out of steam. And so here's Tim Kaine, the senator from Virginia, in the outset here. This is a bit of a saga that we're going to walk you through.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of the following nomination. Calendar item 46, Colonel Lee A. Swanson to be Brigadier General. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. That if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. That any statements related to the nomination be printed in the record, and that the president be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
So nothing
Is there
controversial
an objection, Mr. President? The senator from Alabama.
I object.
Yeah.
The objection
I object.
is heard.
That's Tommy Tuberville. He was on the floor for the whole thing. By the way, Tim Kaine set up a military day from Alabama sign behind him, a happy birthday Marine Corps, and a Veterans Day. By the way, happy Veterans Day.
Yeah, thank you to all who have served.
You're part of our show today. Indeed. Thank you for your service. This is probably not going to make you very happy. So that was Cory Booker presiding over the Senate. By the time John Fetterman got there, this turned into a bit of a sitcom.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama?
I object.
Objection is heard.
Is the next item calendar 229? Mr. President, then I ask the same request, that it be in order to make the same request with respect to calendar item 229, Captain David E. Ludwa to be Rear Admiral lower half.
Try again on a different.
Is there an objection? Mr. President, The senator from Alabama. I object. The objection is heard.
The objection is heard as we bring in the General Mark Kimmett, retired Brigadier General, former Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs. General, it's good to see you and welcome back. I know John Fetterman was laughing there, but it's not obviously a very funny matter with these promotions held up. Tommy Tuberville showing no signs of stopping. He's even standing on the Senate floor to go through 300 of these at a time if necessary. What should be the strategy in dealing with this?
Well, I'm not a politician, nor do I understand Senate rules, but it's clear that we need to get these people on the job because it's not just 300 officers, it's 1,000 officers. Why is it 1,000? Well, if the commander is not in the job, then the deputy commander has to take over. The deputy commander is not on the job, then the assistant commander has to take over, and the deputy assistant has to take over for him. So essentially you have 3 people in temporary jobs having to do the work of 4, and that simply has an effect on not only readiness, but candidly good order and discipline within the unit.
Well, what you hear consistently, though, General, from Senator Tuberville is that this isn't impacting military readiness, that the military is still functioning. And what we hear is that it's not just about readiness in the moment, but what the future ramifications will be for the U.S. military in terms of retention, in terms of recruitment. Can you just expand upon that?
Well, I think those are 2 different issues between retention and recruitment. Candidly, you're talking about the generals at the very, very top of the pecking order. I'm not sure any private considers that he will either stay in the military or not stay in the military based on a general's promotion. However, some would say this is just a symptom of a larger malaise within the military, most exemplified by the services that can't recruit enough people to come in. Don't think it necessarily has an issue to do with what Senator Tuberville is doing, but there are a lot of other issues that are keeping our young men and women from joining the services.
General, we've discussed the argument before that this is not a major impact on readiness because there's a chain of command, and that's the point of the structure in the military. How long can that argument be made?
Well, again, at the general officer level, a very long and unfortunately bad period of time, but a long period of time. But look, if you take a look at the battlefield, I was watching the documentary last night or the show The Pacific, and watching those commanders die on the battlefield and those young lieutenants taking over and those sergeants taking over. I think at the lowest level, the ground tactical level, and at the highest level, the strategic level, the military readiness will not